anyone heard from Councilmember Rary by any chance?
She's logging in now.
Okay.
And we'll give her a couple minutes to get in before we start.
Okay, just checking.
Sorry, apparently I logged into the other side, so they had to advance me to panelist.
Well, it's wonderful to see you all at least live on Zoom. So at this time, at 7 o'clock, it appears that we do have a quorum. So I want to begin by welcoming everyone to the May 11th, 2021 City Council meeting at 7 p.m. And Margaret, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. So we do have a quorum. At this time, if you will join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments. Margaret, I'll turn it to you.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. Items that are listed under informational reports are on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. If you wish to comment on a future agenda item that is specifically listed on the agenda, please wait until that item is called. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you will have the opportunity to provide them. I received 2 public comments in opposition of item C7 that were submitted via email before 3 o'clock from Jessica Boyle and Joanne Fanucci. A copy is shown on the presentation slide. The City Council has been provided full copies of the written public comments, and these will be made available on the City Council's agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. And I currently have 2 hands raised. 3 hands raised. I'll start with Cinziana, followed by Danny Dorman. Cinziana.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have quite a bit for just the 3 minutes that we are allowed. However, I want to start by thanking the city and the mayor for presenting the state of the city for everyone who lives in Brentwood. I really appreciate the effort. However, I'm not really clear why are we shy when we're talking about Q&A. I know that Rotary Club had the opportunity to ask their questions and get their answers live, but not the rest of the population. So I see a little bit of discrepancy in the treatment of it there. So just wanted to point that out. When it comes to item C7, I don't understand why this item is not a business item. We want to grant another permission to California Resources Production Corporation to build. It's very confusing when you read the second line on the request. They want to build more. It's very, very confusing. So that needs to be addressed. On top of that, this particular company has a bad track of record of maintenance and environmental violations. We cannot sign up for a disaster in the making, especially when the projected pipe will be installed by schools and neighborhoods. Can we expect another San Bruno? I want to see by raising hands who wants to run that risk. I want to know that for sure, and most likely a lot of Brentwood residents. Item C5, why are we looking to waive some fees for Brentwood Senior Citizen Clubs, $100,000, when this organization already receives a lot of support from the city and it is supposed to be revenue generating from what I heard and what I read. And waiving such a big amount of money shows that Brentwood Senior Citizen Club is not managing properly to show a profit the way it is today. On top of that, I want to remind you that they expect the city to invest millions to expand their facilities when they can't manage what they have so far. Also, I am a little confused on item C6. There's a proposal for a 15% contingency for a contract. Would that make the lowest bidder go over the amount that the next higher bidder proposed? Why do we look at 15% contingency? That's extremely high, in my opinion. So if it's common practice, I would like to know about that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Danny Dorman.
He's muted,
Sorry,
Margaret.
The next speaker, yeah, Mr. Dorman, can you unmute your?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Well, again, good evening. I want to start off on a positive note and thank the mayor for the state of the city. I unfortunately didn't get an opportunity to see it. I'm going to look it up. Hopefully the link will be out there somewhere. And I can't comment, of course, because I didn't see it. Just the fact that he did this is a step in the right direction. Now, the step in the wrong direction. As you all know, and the 4 or 5 people who are listening, I have no love for the city manager. I think he has too much power. And, of course, the latest case in point is the Brentwood Leadership Member Support Committee. I'm not concerned about the reason for the letter that everyone should get a COVID shot. That's not my issue. My issue is the committee itself. And to be honest, before I go through my 5 questions, out of all of the council people, I would think that Councilman Rodriguez would be upset because it does not seem like there is a fair and equitable representation of all of Brentwood. There seems to be a significant portion missing. So I hope that Mr. Rodriguez will bring that up. I hope that this is something that somebody will call forth a motion and discuss. Because, again, I think the city manager, our $250,000 man, has way too much power, for lack of a better word. We saw that with the zoning update where he arbitrarily decided not to tie in members of the city council because they were campaigning. I think that should have been a choice you guys should have made. But he took it upon himself. And now this secret society, which seems to be getting traction on trends, because it is unknown, which is a synonym for secret. And now my 5 questions. Did you, the committee, know that the city manager created this committee? What other committees did this man create? How were these members chosen? What is the purpose of this group outside of what you guys are already doing because we elected you? And then, of course, my last question, why hasn't this guy been fired yet? Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Rod Floor, followed by Mrs. Clark. Mr. Floor, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. So I had some other stuff to talk about tonight, but I'm waiting for some emails to be produced by the city, and there's a delay. So I guess I'll talk about this leadership roundtable thing, which was quite the controversy over on the Alliance for a Better Brentwood discussion group this week. Just out of the blue, this leadership roundtable appears under, city letterhead messaging put out by the PIO that my tax dollars pay for. And I had no idea what this thing is, and I don't think anybody really had any idea what the thing is or how it came to be. We have a lot of questions about it, how it came to be, how a person would be necessarily selected to be on it. What are the criteria? What kind of things do they do? Do they provide advice to the city manager? And if so, shouldn't the public be informed of that? Shouldn't we have some say in who gets selected? And, it's not like I have any big problem with any of those people. Some of them are problematic, but I really what I have a problem with is I don't see any representation, as Mr. Dorman mentioned, of some of the less represented communities in this city. And for that matter, the 87% or 88% of Brentwoodians who commute all the time and, don't necessarily have time because they're driving back and forth and they're trying to make a living for their families, and who might have a different perspective from a successful businessman as to what is good for this city as opposed to what is good for that particular successful business person's business. We did notice that, the Rotary Club was represented, but the Lions Club wasn't. There was one church, and there's multiple churches in this town. Why that particular church? The school superintendents, those guys I gotta imagine, are available to you anytime anyway. Do they really need to be on a committee? It just seemed like the whole thing was just a thing to get certain people's names out in public under the name of this city for their own possible self-promotion. I know at least one of them is a city council candidate just from the last election. So, we had a little controversy because some people got bumped off the site for making some comments that were, in my estimation, frankly, not suitable for being on our site. And, the accusation is that we bump people off for dissenting, and that's hardly true. We have many, many comments on the site that are contra to what, we put out as a group, and also people in the group disagree with each other all the time. It's not about dissent. It's about how you treat people. And we're pretty intent on making the group be, readable and pleasant and a place where people feel safe to say what's on their mind. I think that at least we allow comments. I noticed the mayor didn't allow any comments at all at his presentation yesterday. So at least we try. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Mrs. Clark, followed by Benjamin Kellogg.
Hi, yes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I do not have a lot of knowledge about item C7, but I do know that that is an item that should be discussed with the community independently and not just passed through in a conglomeration of other things to be considered. Anything that has any effect on the community environmental impacts should be its own agenda item. And it really gives the appearance that the city is trying to sweep this under the rug and just hide it in amongst some paperwork when it is put in a format like this. So I'm quite concerned and very curious to see what the city does with this item. I'd like to remind you that you are all elected to speak and make decisions for the community. even when those decisions are difficult, unpopular, and when it requires thinking outside the box. It may seem very easy to just go with the flow and do what other communities are doing, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. In fact, many times it is not. So I would highly encourage you to remove this item and make it its own agenda item. As far as the state of the city presentation, I was also very disappointed that that was not presented to the public the same that it was presented to the Rotary, and that does give an appearance of preference, which is quite unfortunate. In regards to the city manager, that is another case of, I can't put my finger on it, but I do not feel like he is working for the community. Back when there was discussion of filling the last seat for the city council, his suggestions were very vague, and it was not until he was pressed by council members, could we do a survey, how could we put out a survey, that he then came around with, well, yes, we could do this, or yes, we could do that. So I can't put my finger on it, but it does not seem that he has the community of Brentwood as his best interest. So I do have questions about that, and that is all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Benjamin Kellogg, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Mr. Kellogg, go ahead. Mr. Kellogg, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I was muted. I'd like to speak about a less controversial topic tonight, one that I deal with every single day, and that's traffic in Brentwood. It took me 15 minutes to drive down Lone Tree today on the way home. And you might wonder, why is that? It's not because of traffic. It's because of the timing of lights on Lone Tree. They're terrible. It's like that all over town, but Lone Tree is the worst. It would be nice if we had a steady flow of all lights green and then all lights red. All lights green, all lights red. Not red, green, red, green, red, green, all the way down to Brentwood Boulevard. If we timed lights, traffic would be so much better and people would be so much happier and there would be less road rage in Brentwood. And I see it every day, and I'm sure all of you see it every day. So maybe we could have someone in traffic management take a look at that and alter things a bit. Those are my comments for tonight. Bless everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, and that would be the last person with their, oh, no, another hand after that. After Carolina will be Antonio Xavier. Carolina, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members. Couple things. Again, just to piggyback off what everyone else said, C7 definitely needs to be pulled for discussion. We should really look at what gets put on consent calendar. If it's something that affects the city, then it shouldn't be a consent calendar grouping, because you vote on, approving consent calendar as a bunch. So that needs to be looked at, perhaps with more input from the city council members before the meeting, so the meeting goes more smoothly. Number two, I called in to ask about a statement from city council members to ask people to get vaccinated, to encourage people to get vaccinated, not from a committee that I've never even heard of before. I was hoping to see Mayor Bryant, Councilmember Meyer, Councilmember Mendoza, Councilmember Rodriguez, and Councilmember Rary's signature on that letter, not some committee that no one's ever heard of before. That was my intent when I called in to ask for support. We're getting better. We're at 46%, but that's double vaccinated, and there's a lot of hesitancy. So in the future, maybe the city council can step up and take up the responsibility of putting their names on the letter instead of punting it to some society that we've never heard of. Number two, I was laughing when Benjamin Kellogg was talking because my husband and I were going to go downtown on Saturday, and it was a zoo of cars and people, and it was just like way too many people. So we went out to Tracy, and we came back around midnight, and the traffic on Saturday night at midnight down Balfour onto Fairview, it was crazy. The lights are just, like he said, the lights are just not coordinated at all. So I understand. I mean, at midnight there should be no traffic, right? But because of the way the lights were timed, there was traffic. So, yeah, I agree with Benjamin Kellogg's comment that we definitely need to have a looky-look and the timing of the lights. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Antonio Xavier. Mr. Xavier, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time. I would like to join the comments from everyone else regarding item C7. I think that should be pulled for more detailed discussion rather than tossed in with all the other business today. Thank you.
The next speaker is Wayne Francis. Mr. Francis, go ahead.
Good evening. I'd like to address something that nobody else has mentioned thus far this evening, and that is the fire that occurred at the entrance of Deer Ridge on Friday. Fortunately, it was put out before it could do serious damage to personal property. But my comment really is directed at the city attorney as well as the city council members, that there is an element of liability. I'm not an attorney, but from the fact that the city has allowed Suncoast to waive the fines and not abate the property and the dead material that is on the golf course, which is just fuel for fire. We saw what it did to the front entrance. God forbid if that happened to an individual house, who would be responsible as well as accountable? I also have an issue with the fact, this was brought up a couple of months ago, that there are separate laws or enforcement between businesses and residents. That needs to be addressed. Otherwise, what you have is a discriminatory type of law that is not applicable, where residents are required to have enforcement with property conditions, but yet still this big sprawling area that affects literally thousands is allowed to run amok. That needs to be addressed. So hopefully that's going to be brought up on some future agenda item to be addressed, and have enforcement equal with all residents as well as businesses in the city of Brentwood. That's my comment for this evening. Thank you.
And there's no additional hands raised.
Seeing that there are no further hands raised, at this time we will close public comment and we will move into presentations. The first presentation is a proclamation recognizing May as Water Safety Month. And I will read this proclamation. Whereas the city of Brentwood recognizes the vital role that swimming and aquatic-related activities relate to good physical and mental health and enhance the quality of life for all people. And whereas the city of Brentwood understands the essential role that education regarding the topic of water safety plays in preventing drowning and recreational water-related injuries. And whereas the city of Brentwood is aware of the contributions made by the recreational water industry as represented by the Association of Pool and Spa Professionals, the National Recreation and Park Association, and the World Water Park Association in developing safe swimming facilities, aquatic programs, home pools and spas, and related activities, providing healthy places to recreate, learn and grow, builds self-esteem, confidence, and sense of worth, which contributes to the quality of life in our community. And whereas the City of Brentwood recognizes the ongoing efforts and commitments to educate the public on pool and spa safety issues and initiatives by the pool, spa, water park, recreation, and parks industries. And whereas the City of Brentwood understands the vital importance of communicating water safety rules and programs to families and individuals of all ages, whether owners of private pools, users of public swimming facilities, or visitors to water parks. And whereas the City of Brentwood has taken a proactive stance in support of statewide and national efforts in water safety awareness and aquatic education programs by its inclusion in Council and Administrative Policy 90-3, a wellness policy, Section 2, now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize May as National Water Safety Month. In the item A2, proclamation in support of Brentwood Muslim Community Center and Hikmah School, I will now turn it to Council Member Karen Rary to read the proclamation.
Thank you. Whereas the City of Brentwood recognizes the vital role of diversity and inclusion in the community, and in particular the strength of community inherent in the Muslim faith, and whereas the City of Brentwood appreciates and understands the essential role of education in the Muslim faith and the significance of the construction of the Hikmah School with the addition of 3 modular buildings for elementary school uses, whereas the Brentwood Muslim Community Center was established in 2010, is home to over 300 culturally and socioeconomically diverse families hosting youth groups, religious programs, gatherings, dinners, weekday and weekend schooling, community outreach events to include the homeless and food for the needy, festivals, counseling, and more. And whereas the City of Brentwood recognizes the month of fasting and spiritual renewal for Muslims worldwide in Ramadan, concluding with Eid, and whereas as part fabric of the community, the Brentwood Muslims' many contributions and rich cultural heritage enrich and diversify the City of Brentwood. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize the value that the Brentwood Muslim Community Center and their Hikmah School bring to our community. And I'm not sure if we were able to reach the imam at the Brentwood Muslim Community Center. If we do and they're on the line, if not, I do have Samina who can accept and who would like to make a couple words on this. Samina Usman is from the Council on American Islamic Relations and would be happy to say a few words.
I'll unmute her now.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much, Councilmember Rary, for introducing this proclamation. This is a very different Ramadan than previous years. Normally we join together in community together. We break fast. We have, events. We have night prayers together. But of course, due to the shelter in place and trying to remain socially distant, it's very different. But we truly thank the council for their support, for their recognition. Also want to thank Councilmember Meyer also for, but both Councilmember Rary and Councilmember Meyer, they had posted on their social media in terms of Ramadan, and so we appreciate their recognition as well. We want to make sure that our community is safe. And we hope to join together in person during Ramadan next year. So fingers crossed. So thank you very much again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Councilperson Rary, and also thank you, Samina. I do want to go back to item A1. I did not mean to skip over Stacy Dempsey, who is the Recreation Supervisor. In recognizing the month of May as Water Safety Month. Stacy, would you like to say something?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We just wanted to take a moment to share with the entire council, as well as everyone listening, some really easy steps that members of the community can take to remain water safe. So those 3 steps that are going to be the most important is ensuring everyone in your family learns how to swim, or at least how to become water competent, how to enter and exit the water safely, how to stay afloat, how to change direction, and how to catch a breath when they're in the water. Also employing layers of protection, including physical barriers to prevent access to water, as well as the use of life jackets, and probably most importantly, designating a water watcher at all times. So not swimming by yourself, having someone who everyone knows, if a group is swimming, that person is the one keeping an eye on everybody in the water. It can take a child or a weak swimmer. It can be a short amount of time as replying to a text message or reapplying sunscreen for someone to drown. So it's really important that there's a designated person watching the water at all times. And last, learning what to do in case of a water emergency, learning how to respond to a water emergency safely, how to, contact EMS, call 911, but then also getting some training and certification in CPR. All of those things can help have a more positive outcome in the event that there is a water emergency. So those are just some really quick tips. We also do have a quick video featuring our incredible aquatic staff. So let me share my screen really quickly.
Hi everyone, my name is Jalen. I'm a recreation coordinator for the city of Brentwood, and I oversee the Brentwood Family Aquatic Complex. May is Water Safety Month, and we want to ensure that all members of our community become water competent. Anyone from the age of 1 to 75 years old needs to learn how to be safe in and around water. This is why I love working here, because I feel like myself and my staff help educate our community on water safety practices.
My name is Kevin Koenig, and I'm an assistant pool manager here at the Brentwood Water Park. And today we're going to be talking about Water Safety Month and why water safety is important. I believe it's important personally for me as a lifeguard and for the other guards here, because at any time, at any moment, somebody in the water could become a possible drowning victim.
Anyone can become a distress swimmer. So part of our job here and what we focus on primarily is preventative lifeguarding, to where we keep everyone informed of the rules and regulations of the facility itself and make sure that everyone is staying safe and abiding by those rules. I've been here for 6 years. It's taught me a lot of technical skills that I plan on using throughout the rest of my life, and it feels good to know that I can assist the community in staying safe and have a fun time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy, and thank your staff also. They always do such a great job every year keeping our families safe. Cool.
I will pass that along. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move into item A3, a proclamation recognizing May as Bike Month. Whereas the bicycle is an economical, healthy, and convenient and environmentally sound form of transportation, as well as an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of Brentwood's scenic beauty. And whereas Brentwood's trail system attracts bicyclists each year, providing economic, health, transportation, tourism, and scenic benefits. And whereas creating a bicycling-friendly community has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, improving traffic safety and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on streets and roads. And whereas individuals and organized groups will be celebrating the joys and benefits of bicycling during the month of May 2021, and whereas Bike, East Bay, and the Contra Costa County Spare the Air team are promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities, and improve health and safety for everyone on the road. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize May 2021 as Bike Month and urges citizens to create a safer environment for cyclists by safely sharing the road.
Mr. Mayor, if we could also note that Thursday is Bike to Work Day. So if residents want to get out there and help to at least make a difference for that day and ride their bikes to work, or if you're working from home, maybe take a bike ride around in the morning and then end up back at the house, that works too. So
thank you for that. We do have a lot of Brentwood that work in Brentwood that do use and commute the bikes with bikes, and it's always fun to see the community come together like this. So thank you very much for that. At this time, we will move on to item B, informational reports from council members, committees, liaison, and staff. I'll begin with Council Member Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. This week I attended called the Cali meeting of just local representatives from the state of California, and we spoke to Senator Bates about local control in SB 9. I then had another call again with the same group with Senator Camlogger from LA County, I believe. Again, the same thing. We're just trying to tell all of our senators how we feel about local control, especially on land use issues such as SB 9. We had a meeting regarding the oil and gas drilling up on county land. We're still waiting on an EIR. That was supposed to be done last month. Still waiting on that. Had a League of Cities meeting where we reviewed all of the state legislation, the major bills, and what's important, what they're opposing, what they're supporting, and just some information around all the bills. And also the League of Cities Hispanic Caucus, they had a great call about districting and the importance on getting people engaged and our responsibility as a city about outreach when it comes to social media and mailers and things like that, to also make sure that we have people who are underrepresented be part of the districting process. And that is my update. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Meyer.
Thank you. Had a meeting with the Habitat Conservancy Executive Director to learn a little bit more about their mission and focus, since I'm an alternate to you, Mayor. Attended the California Cities for Local Control and the California Association of Local Electeds. Attended the League of, and those again were about focusing on local control and what we have as far as state mandates versus local ordinances, that sort of thing. Attended the League of Cities spring legislative briefing about major bills of interest. I had a meeting with the Monument Crisis Center's executive director, and they have a new East County resource coordinator who is making her presence known in all of East County, trying to make sure that people understand what resources Monument Crisis Center has to offer to people in need out here. And then I was honored to be invited to the Westmont Senior Living Community Cinco de Mayo celebration. There were kids dancing folklore, just beautiful, beautiful dancers, beautiful costumes, a really lovely event. And that's it. Oh, wanted to mention, actually, the closed captioning that we're seeing, super excited about that. I think that's fantastic that we're continuing all of this really great work to be accessible and inclusionary, and whoever put that into play, thank you so much. I think that's really going to make some difference for people. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilperson Rary.
Yes, since the last time we met, I attended the Senator Glazer's virtual town hall grappling with mental health issues during the pandemic. Attended the PAL board meeting, and they have a golf tournament coming up on June 21st out of the Discovery Bay Country Club, and tickets can be purchased online for the golf tournament. On their Facebook page, there's information there. I attended the city finance update, spoke with Liberty Union High School District Superintendent Eric Volta regarding grad night and residents who have wanted the senior grad night to take place either on the school campus or on City Park, and based on the health official, the Contra Costa County health official, that's just not something that we can do, not for 600 students. 300 at the most, and that is if they either are fully vaccinated or they test negative. I also attended the mayor's conference, and there was a couple updates. The East Bay Economic Development Alliance is having their Innovation Awards, and they're looking for nominations for companies, organizations, and individuals in Contra Costa County that should be recognized for their innovative work in our county and city. So if there's anybody out there that you know that should really be recognized for their innovation, please contact me and I will get that information for you. Supervisor Burgess is on May 18th will be putting forth a change to the fireworks ordinance so that possession, sale, or use of fireworks, currently officers must see the fireworks to be able to cite them. And she's asking for it to be changed so that all they need to do is know that the fireworks were taking place in that area. So those are a couple of things that were updates, and that is all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, currently at this time, we haven't had any committee meetings on the ones that I'm part of. I did want to mention, though, I did meet with some residents in regards to the trash and littering on Brentwood Boulevard. Over the years, there's been a lot of it happening on the east side of Brentwood, east-north of Brentwood, and some of the things that we're starting to discuss with local residents there on how we could fix that. And also met with residents in regards and also had some phone conversations with some in regards to the vacant building that's there on Brentwood Boulevard, which is the new Mexicano Market, which is on the old Mexicano Market right there on Brentwood Boulevard. I know we were receiving some emails, so I did speak with them, but also met with some residents pertaining to who owns that building, what are we going to do with it, where are we at with it. So I did talk to Terrence and be able to share some information with those residents. But at this time, that's it.
Thank you. And I do want to thank Councilperson Rary for representing the city at this last mayor's conference. I was out of state at the time. Since the last time we met, I met with Mays Associates regarding the annual audit for the city, as well as the Tri-Delta Transit Board, and released the state of the city. I do want to thank everyone for your patience with that. We did have some technical difficulties getting that accomplished, but I want to thank Greg Lawson for all of his help and Mike with our IT for finally getting it up and out. And we will continue to work to make those much better and much more accessible. Hopefully next time it will be in person and we can all be there together. At this time, I want to turn it to our city manager. He has some introduction he'd like to make.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Alexis Morris, who started last week as our new Community Development Director. We had Terrence Grindall filling in for the last year, almost a year, since Casey had retired. And Alexis has been hitting the ground running, and she's going to be tackling all things in community development and for the public's information, everything about planning and zoning, community enrichment, building, affordable housing, so quite a bit of responsibilities at the city. And give her a chance to just introduce herself briefly and have everyone give her a warm welcome. So Alexis?
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I am very honored to be the new Community Development Director for the City of Brentwood. I have over 20 years in community development. Can you hear me okay? Most recently with the City of Antioch as Planning Manager. I live in Antioch and was born and raised there, and so I'm very familiar with East County and the City of Brentwood. And I'm very happy to be working for a city that I've greatly admired, and I look forward to meeting all the council members and working with you in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexis, and welcome. This time we will move into the consent calendar, and with the council's indulgence, I would like to pull items C1 and C3 proclamations. And if it would be okay with everyone, I'd like to read the proclamations before we move further into the consent calendar.
Do you want to do, if we want to pull something else, do you want to wait till you're done? Sorry, just making sure I don't want to skip it.
If that's okay with you, that would probably make things smoother. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Then I'll go to item C1 and read the proclamation. I will say that in the past this has stayed on consent calendar, but because of who we're talking about and the fact that she really is very much a significant reason why we're able to smoothly run our meetings. I want to acknowledge our professional municipal clerk, whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world and is the oldest public servant position. And whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing body, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of their office through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their region, state, and international professional organizations, and whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the contributions and accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk, now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize the week of May 2nd through 8th, 2021 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and extends our appreciation to our municipal clerk, Margaret Wimberly, and to all municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities that they represent. And I do want to add that Margaret was also the Employee of the Year this year. So congratulations and thank you, Margaret, for everything that you do for our city. At this time, I will read item C3. Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Brentwood Police Department. And whereas the Brentwood Police Department plays an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of all members of the community. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their law enforcement agency, and that members of our law enforcement agency recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas the men and women of the Brentwood Police Department unceasingly provide this vital public service, now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize the week of May 9 through 15, 2021 as National Police Week, and calls upon all citizens to join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities. We want to thank all of our police officers, their families, and all of the officers that keep our communities and families safe across the country today. So at this time, I will open the consent calendar. And is there anyone that has an item that they would like to pull from the consent calendar? Yes.
Yeah, I would like to pull the senior center, so C5, and then the oil and gas pipeline, C7.
C5 and C7. Is there anyone else that would like to pull any items? Yes, Councilmember Meyer.
Yes, I would like to pull item C6, please.
C6. Okay, do I have a motion regarding the consent calendar for approval? And the way that would sound. Yes, go ahead.
I make a motion to adopt the consent calendar except for the items pulled C5, C6, and C7.
Okay, we have a first.
I'm sorry, don't we need to also include C1 and C3 in that motion? Since you pulled those, no?
Okay,
yes.
and 1 and C3.
As the motion was made, I believe that they were included, so I think we're okay on that.
Thank you. So we have a first.
Second.
And a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. I do have an announcement to make, and we will take items C5 and C6 first. But when we get to item C7, it appears that I have a potential conflict of interest on item C7, given the location of my home to the pipeline. I do not want any appearance of conflict and will therefore not be participating on item C7. So when item C7 comes, I will be turning the floor to and the council to the vice mayor until that item is complete. So at this time, we will go to council member Mendoza, I believe, for C5.
Yeah. I think it's great that we support the senior center. I just want a little bit of background and history, and so that our residents understand. It's almost $100,000 a year for the senior center, and is there a reason that we do it for the senior and not for, like, adults with special needs or children with special needs, or do we waive any of the park and rec fees? I just want it to be like equal across. So can we have some history about why we do it for the senior center and waive the facility fees, but do we do it for other programs?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and turn the mic over to Bruce to give a little background and history on what we've done with this memorandum of understanding with the senior club. Bruce?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. So the history on the senior club specifically goes back several years. But I think it's around, actually before the senior center was even built, is that the senior club was formed as a nonprofit, and really the first MOU that was created when the senior center was built was to work with the city, and basically the understanding is that they would provide activities for the seniors, so it's really seniors servicing seniors. And we would allow them use of the senior center to be able to provide that programming. So this dates back to actually before the senior center was built. And it's been a really good relationship, and it's worked out really, really well that they have been able to serve themselves and provide programming. Obviously, the seniors know best as far as what seniors like to do. And the senior advisory board and club has worked really well. It's been a great partnership. And really what this fee waiver is we keep track of all the use of all the different rooms, and we have fees associated with those rooms. So we count all that activity up. They provide it in advance, and we calculate based on the city fees what that waiver would be. It's been a really strong, really good relationship. It's worked out really well. We don't have, with other agencies and nonprofits, there are some use of facilities, but this one with the senior center is really unique. When we have nonprofits that want to use city facilities, we do have a policy in place that we follow. They have to make sure they're a nonprofit. They have to describe the types of services they're provided. And we do waive some services and facility fees on a much smaller scale for some special events that we do. But this one with the senior center has been unique, and we have waived the fees since the senior center has been built and even before that.
Great, thank you. And I'm sorry, you probably have to repeat this every couple of years when someone new comes on, but I just, it's like, I didn't know the background, so I just want to understand. And it's great that if someone else might need some help, you know, that they can come to you and also have that discussion. So thank you.
Sure.
With that, do we have a motion for item C5? Oh, I'm sorry, you have item C6 as well. Or, no, you pulled item C7, forgive me.
Yes.
So do we have a motion for item C5?
I make a motion that we approve item C5 in the consent calendar.
Second.
First and a second. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Councilperson Meyer, item C6.
Thank you. This is in part based on my own curiosity and also in part due to a comment we just received tonight from Carolina. I'm interested in understanding the 15% contingency. Everything I've seen so far has been 10%, and I'd just really like to get a better idea about why. I mean, in a case like this, the 5% difference is a huge amount of money. So I think it just would help us to understand why we weren't sticking with a 10% contingency on this one. Hi, Nikki.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Can you guys hear me? Excellent. So you are correct. Most of our PMPs historically have had about a 10% contingency. This year is a little bit different, and there's two primary reasons. The first is you guys may notice that we're doing a lot of work in the downtown alleys right now, and there's a lot of issues we've been running into, and we've anticipated a lot of this, a lot of unmarked or unmapped utility pipes. We've actually hit a couple of gas pipes, water services, and that's typical for the downtown area. It's a very old area, a lot of unmapped and unrecorded utilities. We've had a lot of coordination issues with this work. So there's a lot of uncertainty associated with work in the downtown, and the PMP does do a lot of work in the downtown area. The second reason our contingency is slightly higher is that we're actually trying a new product on some of these streets. It's called a Cape Seal. It's a little bit more robust than your typical slurry seal that we've done in the past. There are some challenges with Cape Seals, and it does require a little bit of a TLC. So because it's a new product and new construction method, we felt it was good to have slightly more contingency associated with the Cape Seal product. So those are the two primary reasons we've added a 15% contingency. Obviously, it's not mandated or required, but that was the reason behind the 15%.
Okay, thank you. And this is part of when you're doing projections long term. Are you adding the contingency as the project is fastly approaching, or are you doing it in your budget planning far in advance?
Far in advance, and the PMP is a little bit different than some of our other typical CIP projects. So whatever funds we don't use in one year's PMP, it just rolls over into the next year's PMP. So it's not like it goes into general fund or some of these other enterprise funds. It just rolls over to the next year. So we have a lot more flexibility with PMP.
That answers my question. Thank you. I would like to make a motion to adopt consent item C.6.
Second.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Item C7 was pulled, and as stated before, I have a potential conflict of interest on this item given the location of my home to the pipeline, and I do not want any appearance of a conflict and will therefore not be participating in the item. And I will now turn the chair to Vice Mayor Rodriguez, and I'll return after the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, due to the mayor stepping away, I'll be running this item, C7, that was pulled. Will staff please provide us a brief report in regards to this item being pulled?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. This is Mickey Sabota again. So yeah, this item is to declare an intent to grant a renewal for an existing oil pipeline franchise. The city has several different privately owned and maintained pipelines that transmit petroleum products throughout the city, and we've got franchise agreements associated with this. It's pretty typical that these agreements, when they expire or reach expiration, it goes to council for to renew the franchise and the agreement. That's why it was on consent. The staff report does go into some more detail about the franchise. It also includes a map showing the location of the pipeline. It is in the southwesterly quadrant of the city. It is an existing pipeline that currently does carry natural gas. It's approximately a 35-mile-long pipeline, and a small section of it crosses through the city of Brentwood limits. That pretty much concludes my short presentation. I do believe we do have staff from the franchisee available to help answer any technical questions you may have of them.
Okay. If you have any clarifying questions of staff, please raise your hand, and I will call on you in order. Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza. I'm glad you put your hand up that way, because I don't know if I would have found it any other way.
I'm awful.
Yes.
And so I actually have several concerns about this pipeline. We've received an email today that we do not have to renew this. It's not something that the city has to do. It's a nice to do. It's not a must do. We all are familiar with what happened in San Bruno, a few years back. That concerns me. We just had an issue in Walnut Creek. I think I asked if it was the same pipeline. I haven't received information on that back yet. We just got an email from a resident. There was a pipeline that leaked in Los Angeles, just I think yesterday, the day before yesterday. So there's a lot of concerns. And it runs through Trilogy alongside the Highway 4 bypass by Deer Ridge, the John Muir, across down Balfour, and then it continues into Antioch. I have concerns about it being by school, and, it crosses American. And, yeah, the kids could run across to Mountain, but it's just, there is only one road that goes in and out, and that is the road that it's right in front of. That, they're like, okay, we'll give you guys $12,000. Well, that doesn't, that's nothing, right? It does nothing for me, nothing for the city. I've gotten calls from residents. They're like, it's not worth the $12,000 for the safety of our residents. So I agree with them on that. There's some discrepancies in here. It says it's going to an oil refinery in San Francisco. We don't have oil refineries in San Francisco. So where is it really going? Where is it coming from? The email said it was just gas. However, the actual staff report says it's gas, and it could be other stuff besides gas. So it should be, anything I'm going to vote on needs to be specific with no leeway. But at this point, I actually have a meeting with Contra Costa County Hazmat, and I want to talk to them before we move forward on this. People can tell me it's safe, but I'd rather hear it from, our county and and talk about it, because right now I'm leaning towards not granting this. I just don't think it's worth it. It's, it's a risk that we take, and someone's like, oh, it could never happen. And I'm sure that's what those families in San Bruno thought too. It could never happen. So at this point, I'm leaning against granting the renewal of this permit.
Does anybody have any other questions to staff? I can't see everybody. I'm sorry. I can't see hands. Anybody else have their hand up?
I'm just going to speak up then, okay?
Okay, thank you. I just see Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you.
I apologize.
That's okay. I'd like to know, what happens if we don't grant this renewal? What scramble happens at that point? And I also would like to see what's been done to keep the safety. What's going to be done if it does get renewed. There was an August date that was mentioned. I'm looking at my notes. I'm kind of curious. I feel like this is the vote on this might be a bit premature if we don't have all of the information But that would get me started. Like, again, what happens if we don't renew? What was actually scheduled to be happening in August? What safety protocols are in place? How frequently are these all inspected? Yeah, just more information, please.
Is there a staff member that could answer those questions?
This is Vicky. Through the mayor and maybe Margaret, if you could we may have representatives from the franchisee available to help answer a lot of these questions. If they could probably raise their hand and answer these questions.
Yeah, Mickey, we have Mr. Westerfield as a presenter now. So, Mr. Westerfield, if you'd like to see if you can answer those questions.
If I can just jump in before Mr. Westerfield speaks. Bill Westerfield is an attorney with the law firm of Myers Nave and can speak on some of the legal issues associated with the questions that have been asked, but we would need to have someone from the franchisee to speak on the more technical aspects of that. So I think he can respond to some of the issues, but not all of them. In addition, just to remind the council, tonight's item primarily is to set a public hearing to allow for a lot of this explanation and testimony. It could be, I heard that Councilmember Mendoza was interested in, I think you'd indicated you'd want to speak to some other individuals prior to any vote on this. This matter, if need be, could be continued, just to keep that in the back of the mind for the council. I'll turn it over to Mr. Westerfield on the question, I believe, regarding what happens, if it doesn't, if we don't approve it.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Damien. Good evening, council members and honorable mayor and vice mayor. I think the franchisee or the pipeline operator is in the best position to talk about what would happen, what they need, if the city were not to grant a new franchise. I have looked at the old franchise. I've looked at your old ordinances as well as the statutes. And I can offer that the city has a great deal of flexibility as to whether it chooses to renew the franchise agreement. I think you have quite a lot of discretion about that. If the city were not to renew it, then the pipeline owner would no longer have a right to use the pipeline that goes underneath the city. Obviously, that will be something for the pipeline operator to discuss. But the franchise is the right to use the pipeline, and if you do not renew or issue a new agreement, then that right will not be renewed. As of now, the old franchise agreement has terminated and expired. And so the right to use the pipeline no longer exists at the moment.
Anybody have any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
Karen has some questions, I believe.
Do you have a question, Councilmember Rary?
Well, actually, I also want to find out from if there's somebody from the company who can tell us how often, as Councilmember Meyer had said, how often they are inspected. When was the last time they were inspected in our town? And also, maybe we should continue this to another meeting so that we can get more information.
Is there anybody that could answer the questions that Councilmember Meyer and also Councilmember Rary have asked in regards to the inspections and things like that?
Yes, Vice Mayor, we have Nicole Nauer, who is available to answer those questions. Nicole?
Hi, my name is Nicole Nauer. I work at California Resources Corporation. We actually have several other individuals who are on the line who work in our mechanical integrity and our operations departments, and they are the individuals with the specialized knowledge who will be helping provide that information to you. They do have it ready to go. Just a second ago, I did get kicked out of the meeting. I'm wondering if that also happened to them, but if not, if you could pull up Jonathan Hilton, and he can get us started.
Margaret, did you get that? Margaret, were you able to hear that Jonathan, was it Hilton?
It's available now.
Thank you. I presume everyone can hear me fine?
Yes.
I'm Jonathan Hilton. I'm an operations manager for CRC. Myself and a number of the members of my team are on the call. We have representatives from operations, mechanical integrity, the land department, and a number of others. What we don't have on the call is anyone from legal. So I'll address first this question of our recourse if the franchise is not renewed. I'm not prepared to speak to that. We're here to speak on the safety practices with regard to the line inspection, operations, and maintenance. That is our purview, and that is what we're prepared to answer questions on. So the line, it's a DOT PHMSA regulated line. It was last audited in 2018. PHMSA went through our safety records, our inspection records, our current practices for operations and surveillance, and they found no deficiencies. We believe we meet and, in fact, exceed most of the PHMSA requirements. For instance, there is a 7-year inspection requirement for ILI or inline inspection where you send a device down the line to measure the wall thickness to ensure that it has good mechanical integrity. We opt to do that at 5 years. There are automated pressure relief devices on the line. There are automated shutdowns for compressors that tie into the line. There is automated telemetry so that we can surveil the line. We believe that we operate it in to protect the safety and the welfare of everyone in the community. In fact, the production supervisor who is directly responsible for the line, he is also on the call listening in. He lives in the city of Brentwood, and I think that's powerful. He is a local resident there as well. So we're happy to answer your questions. Any specific questions you have, I'll do my best to answer it. The team can help me out for the ones that I can't.
What exactly?
Do we have any? Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Mendoza.
So what exactly are you going to be transporting? Because if I recall correctly, when I read the staff report, it was gas, but it also could be other things.
It's natural gas.
What exactly? So but it said natural gas and other stuff. Like I can't remember. I'm trying to look for the exact wording, but that is it. So I think that's one thing. It should be very clear that it's just natural gas, and anything else should be stricken out. Where is it going? Because it says San Francisco, but there's no refinery in San Francisco. So where are you taking this? Where's it coming from, and where's it going?
It's coming from a number of areas in the area. So Lathrop, French Camp areas. I think you're probably familiar with those. Union Island. It ends up at the Richmond refinery. I think that is what is being referred to when you speak of the refinery. I'm not familiar with the exact location of that facility. I have not been to it.
So currently nothing is flowing through this pipeline currently?
That is not correct. We're currently flowing 1.8 million cubic feet of gas a day through that pipeline.
So you're flowing without a permit right now?
I am not sure that I can. Apparently, your council has advised that the franchise is expired with regards to a permit. We operate under a number of different agencies, including CalGEM and the DOT, and this line goes through a number of different entities. So that's a sort of a legal question. That's not who I brought. We're the operations team, And our purview is keeping people safe. And that's why they asked us to participate on this phone call, because we're the ones who have that responsibility.
Okay, hypothetically, if any other oil and gas drills started to operate in the area, would they hook up to yours as well?
I don't know. I do not know. I do not know.
Okay. Are you going to, is it going to be consistent what you're sending through, or do you have any plans to increase what you flow through in this pipeline?
That ties to future development. I can't speak to precise plans, but I think it would be fair to say if there was future growth in the future, it would tie into this pipeline.
Is there alternative routes so that you don't have to use this pipeline? And I'll be honest, I have concerns. It's right by a school, and that makes me super uncomfortable. And and just a little bit of background, we have a lot of issues with oil and gas in Brentwood and homes being on them that we're really concerned about. So do you have alternative pipelines that you could use?
I don't believe that is the case. As it was mentioned, it's a 35-mile pipeline. The section that runs through the city of Brentwood is just a small component of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still leaning to, I haven't changed. I'm trying to see both sides, but right now I just don't see the benefit for my residents. And when they call me and they're like, they say, why? Like, there is no why. There's nothing for them in it, because it's not gas that we're using in Brentwood. Because if you're sending this to Richmond, that's probably because aren't they retrofitting their facilities, their refineries out there to do oil, cooking oil or something. So I think that's why they need to be gas heavy out there or something like that. So there's no benefit. Yeah, there's no benefit to Brentwood, and that's what I'm seeing. It's like it's a big risk. It is a big risk, and there's not one benefit to Brentwood. I mean, $12,000 to me, that's nothing. So I don't know. I think I'm good if anyone else has any questions.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I can't speak to the use of the gas at the Richmond refinery. With regard to the risk, again, we have in place the most stringent standards as mandated by the federal government and by the state of California. And we're happy to go through those in detail and provide whatever exhibits are needed. This is just one additional line. I don't know if that is an appreciable way of thinking of it, but it's not the only gas line that runs through the city of Brentwood. I know that doesn't necessarily mitigate or address concerns, but we operate it in a manner that is prudent and responsible. That is my responsibility. That is, my moral commitment to my team is to make sure that they are always in a position to do that. And, I just want to share that comment with you.
Thank you.
No,
do we have
I appreciate it.
Oh, go ahead. Do we have any other council? Do we have any other council members that have a question for staff?
Yeah, two of us. Mickey, could you? He said that there was other gas lines going under Brentwood. Can you tell us where those are, or how many of them we have and where they're at?
Mindful of security issues and safety issues, there are PG&E, Kinder Morgan, and other similar types of pipelines. They do crisscross throughout the city. They exist in Shadow Lake, Steer Ridge. They go up Fairview. They go along the railroad tracks, or Chevron pipelines as well. That goes along the railroad tracks. So there are several pipelines throughout the city.
Didn't we just take over one of the pipelines to do to retrofit it for a different purpose?
Yes. So some of the council members may recall, and some of the staff may recall, about several years ago, this was fallout from the San Bruno. PG&E had a massive system-wide campaign to improve safety of the pipelines, and part of that included completely installing a new pipe all the way down Fairview. It was like a year-long project. It really impacted traffic and caused a lot of headaches. But rather than removing the old pipeline, we purchased it from PG&E. They had it cleaned out, and we used it to slip line our non-potable line. That's the work we're doing right now.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer, any questions?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I have three. The first is I would like to ask what your perspective is that this arrangement benefits for the city and the residents. I'd like to ask what what CRC's record is for environmental violations, and I would like to ask what CRC did to improve their own safety protocols once San Bruno happened. What did it change for you?
Yes, ma'am. To answer the first question, as to the benefit, I don't know the financial contribution that we make as a part of the franchise agreement. That's handled through our land staff. So I would have to defer to them on that. So we'll have to get back to you. I will say that we do, and one good example is the supervisor who is an employee of CRC. He leads the team that manages that line. He's a resident of the city of Brentwood, so that's at least one person who is financially impacted and tied to that line. With regard to San Bruno, my understanding is that the San Bruno event took place in 2010. I was not an employee of the company in 2010. I didn't become an employee of the company until 2014, so I cannot speak to what may have changed as a result of San Bruno. What I can speak to are our current practices, and that's why I keep referencing the Department of Transportation pipeline and hazardous, I have to look here at my notes, what PHMSA stands for again, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, that we follow their standards to the T to make sure that we ensure the safety of the public. So that includes the installation of the automated pressure relieving devices to avoid overpressure. It includes the installation and maintenance of cathodic protection, which protects the pipeline from external corrosion. It includes the internal inspection, that is the ILI, inline inspection I referred to, where you send a device down the pipe to measure the wall thickness to ensure that it's a good piece of pipe. There is also flyover inspections that are conducted, and also ground inspections that are conducted with methane detection devices in order to detect any possible leaks. So those are all parts of the safety protocol that we follow to ensure the safety of the line. It has continuous 24-hour surveillance, and as is necessary. And I think you would find this to be the case for any of the line, for those other lines that were mentioned in the area.
And the third question about environmental violations?
Oh, environmental violations, yes. We have a demonstrably excellent record. California Resources Corporation does. We can provide the statistics of our company relative to the other EMP producers in the state, and we're quantifiably at the top. I believe we are the number one, but I don't want to misrepresent a number, but the actual numbers are there in terms of numbers of inspections, numbers of violations. Safety and environmental stewardship has always been at the forefront of our mandate. We are a company that's based solely in the state of California. And as such, all of our employees, live in the areas where we work. I'm not local to your area. I'm local to the Bakersfield area. And I live in and amongst the area where we operate our fields. So do the folks that I work with. So, again, this goes back to that component of my team is the team that stewards the line. That's why we were asked to be here, and we have a vested interest in protecting it. And in regard to the safety record of the company, the environmental record of the company, it's excellent, and we can provide you the quantifiable reporting statistics from CalGEM, which is the state agency that governs that, the California Geologic Energy Management Division, that would substantiate that claim.
So that report would include any violations that were brought up against CRC as well?
Yes, and anything. So violations could include anything to include a well sign that identifies a well. Every well has to be marked so you can identify it. And if it becomes faded from the sun, as I know everybody is aware in the valley that we get plenty of that, that poses would be quantified as a violation. So we can provide information that gives you an idea where you can differentiate what would be a meaningful variance versus a well sign. But yeah, it would include all of that.
Do we have any more questions from anyone from the council?
Maybe after public comment, have some discussion. Are we going to have discussion after public comment?
Yeah. I just have two questions really quick.
Actually, if I may step in just a second, Mr. Vice Mayor, the public comment on this matter has already occurred during the general public comment section of the agenda. That was when the public was permitted to speak on this item. So really, this is the time for council discussion on what you would like to do. It sounded to me from what I've heard that several council members have asked for additional information. And so one option, as I indicated earlier, would be to continue this item for a future meeting date so we can get that information, or the company can get that information for you.
Damien, I actually asked people, the people I talked to today, I told them I was pulling it. So I said, if you want to speak specifically about this, you can't speak twice. So they were holding their comments until I pulled this, because I thought that when you and I had talked last, that's how they couldn't speak twice. So I told them that they should wait until I pull it. So I feel bad that I asked people to wait, because I thought that was the right thing. And we do have 3 hands up.
And obviously, this is the council's meeting. I just want to remind the council that the time to speak on this was under the general public comment section, but if the council wishes to allow those who did not speak on this item under the general public comment section to speak now, they can certainly do so if that's the wish of the council.
And really quick, not to interrupt, but really quick. So, Damien, what I have here on my notes is that the public would have public hearing, so they would have an opportunity basically to talk. So I'm okay with that if everybody else is okay with that.
And that of course, as I said, and so I don't know who's on the list of the public, but for those who did not speak under general public comment, if it's the wish of the council to have them speak, this would be the time for them to do so, and then the council can engage in the discussions as you normally would.
Okay. Yeah, I just have 2 questions, and then we'll go into public comments, because I think, obviously, if that was, I have it here on my notes, but also what Councilmember Mendoza has expressed, I think we need to, respect that as well. So I just have 2 questions, though. Golly, Mickey, would you be able to answer that? I know Councilmember Meyer had asked a question in regards to what the impact of shutting this line down would be. Would you have an answer for that, Mickey, or not?
I wouldn't have an answer to the. I wouldn't have an answer to the impact to the franchisee.
Okay. Do you know the impact of anybody else? I mean, if this line didn't go through or anything like that?
No, I would defer to the franchisee to answer those questions.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Vice Mayor. Can I just clarify? Yeah. Excuse me for interrupting. I'm sorry. Were you asking about the impact on Brentwood and its residents? Is that
no? The impact of what if this line was just to be shut down? Who would that impact in general? You know, if it's local residents, if it's a whoever it is, what impact is that, right? And I don't know if that's the way you were asking it, but that's the way I took it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. And then my other question is, so for tonight's meeting, because I know that basically this is going to be coming to our council meeting for June 8th. So, and my understanding there's going to be a lot more questions to be answered, and we'll have more information. So I don't know, Tim, is this? I mean, the questions that we're all asking, are these the answers? Are we going to get the answers on June 8th, or how does this look or work? I'm sorry.
You're right. The agenda item was to have you notice your intent to renew it, and I guess there needs to be some intent to renew it, and to set the public hearing so the public has advance notice. We would print this in the paper and announce clearly that this is coming on June 8th. And have additional information, and we've gotten a good sense of that tonight, some of the questions you have, but you've also been getting some good answers tonight, so I don't know if there's still a desire to schedule that public hearing for June 8th, and that would give staff and the franchise opportunities to answer more of the questions at that public hearing.
Well, at least for me, I think there's questions that are not being answered, right? And there was a couple that Jonathan wasn't able to answer because that's not his position. So tonight is just, I guess, to make recommendations. I guess have us understand that this is coming on the agenda on June 8th and let the public know. And at that time, that's when the final decisions would happen, or does that have to happen tonight?
That's a little bit both.
Right?
I'll go ahead and answer. There's no June.
Hold on, Councilmember Mendoza.
There is no June public hearing unless the council passes the motion and the resolution tonight.
Okay. And what does that mean, that we move forward, if we pass it tonight, that we're moving forward to accept it, or is that still going to be at the June 8th meeting?
You wouldn't schedule that public hearing unless there's some interest in learning more about it and possibly an intent to approve the franchise agreement. And so there could definitely be some more opportunity to answer questions and make sure you're content with renewing the lease or not.
At the June 8th meeting.
If I can briefly step in, even if the council adopts a resolution tonight to have a public hearing on June 8th, there is nothing that requires the council to approve the franchise on June 8th. You could take additional testimony and decide, no, this is not the direction you want to go. So just if you said it does not require you to approve anything on June 8th. It's just having a public hearing.
So I guess my question is, are we approving it tonight, or do we still have that opportunity for June 8th to do that?
The final approval would occur on June 8th. So nothing you do tonight would be taken as a final action other than setting the hearing.
Yeah, and part of the reason is you have to incorporate this as an ordinance of the municipal code. So it's an ordinance, and that's why we have to have that public hearing noticed and prepared for.
Okay.
And I would think the council could even continue this meeting just to have further discussion on it if you would like, and not even set a formal public hearing pursuant to this until you've taken more testimony on it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Damian and Tim. Any other questions from the council? Anybody? Nope. Okay, if we don't have any. Oh, go ahead.
To answer one of the questions on the interest tied to the line, in addition to California Resources Corporation, there are over 200 additional interest owners that are tied to this pipeline. So for the council's awareness, those are the parties that would be impacted by the loss of the line.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Any further questions from council? Okay, not hearing from any. If there is no other questions from council, I would like to open up a public hearing, which we can do now. then Margaret.
Just let me share my screen so I can get the speaker timer up.
Thank you.
I have 6 speakers with their hands raised, 7. And first I'll start with Rod Floor, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Mr. Floor, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret, and congratulations on Employee of the Year. It's very much well-deserved. Hadn't heard about that before now. Yeah, so speaking of not hearing about things, I didn't really know about this pipeline really until today, I think, or maybe late yesterday. I live in Deer Ridge. This pipeline, when it was built in the 90s, there was no Deer Ridge. There was no Shadow Lakes. I don't think there was a Trilogy. It was just running through a field, and now it's running through, through and past neighborhoods with multiple homes worth, as much as $1 million, in some cases even more. The potential for property damage is exponentially huger than what it was when this thing was built, and it boggles the mind that the city would come forward with an intent on a consent calendar with no full discussion of this and really no assessment of the risk. We just had a fire at the front entrance of Deer Ridge just a couple days ago, and people here are really concerned right now. We are very aware of the fact that we live in a tinderbox. It's much worse, as Mr. Francis said earlier. The owner of the golf course chose to shut down the water supply and rather than spend $100,000 on a water pump, which he could easily have done, and put all of our lives in danger. We have a fire department that is severely underfunded. Their response times are 3-5 times what they should be. We know that they would easily be overwhelmed if a major fire broke out, and Deer Ridge in particular is extremely dry right now. There is so much downside to this. We don't know anything about this company. We don't know what their insurance looks like. We don't know really much of anything. We do know what a gas pipe explosion looks like. San Bruno keeps coming up. I remember just 2 houses down from mine, they were digging up the whole road one day to fix the gas pipe so they wouldn't blow up, and there were police there keeping us away from the hole. And it is a hazard. And for $12,000, which works out to maybe 20 cents per Brentwoodian, do we really need this? What is it for? What does it get us? They have no benefit for us. They just want to talk about how safe it is. And I'm sorry, I appreciate that these are nice people, but they're paid to come here and tell us it's safe. I mean, that's what they're going to say. I'm not calling them liars. I'm just saying they're going to put out their best foot forward. And we really need to explore this. There needs to be a full staff investigation to understand what's going on here, and that's going to cost way more than the $12,000 a year that they're offering us. So I think, to put forward an intent of any kind tonight is way premature, and as a citizen and a taxpayer, I really object to it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Vanessa Cleric. Carolina, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. It's been a long day. Good evening, City Council. I was listening to all the questions, which were very good questions, and there's a lot that require additional answers to. Mr. Hilton made a statement which kind of caught my ear, that there are 200 other participants who need this pipeline, if I understood the statement correctly. So are we getting revenue from these other 200 people, companies, entities that use this pipeline? I understand the importance of the pipeline. It seems like it's the only thoroughfare for the gas to go from where it is that they're pumping it to get to the Richmond refinery. But if there's 200 other entities that are feeding into our pipeline, then we should be getting revenue from the other 200 entities. We should find out who they are, and we should find out why they haven't been providing us revenue. I would be very interested also in more details about the insurance of said entity regarding this pipeline, in case, God forbid, I'm trying not to, I'm knocking on my head right now, not to jinx it. We do have an issue, and with the pipeline, with the location of where it's running through in Brentwood, it would be as bad as San Bruno, just because of the density of population in the areas where it's running through. So I really do believe, like Rod Flores said, that this needs to be tabled tonight. We need a lot more information. We need every person who asked questions and didn't get an answer. We need answers to those questions, and we definitely need more information regarding this project, just because of the seriousness of what the implications could be if something goes wrong. Thank you.
The next speaker is Vanessa Cleric, followed by Danny Dorman. Vanessa, go ahead.
Okay, hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, good evening. It takes just a few minutes on the internet to find out that there's a lot more behind this than what is being explained. And California Resources Corporation is one of the biggest oil producers and gas producers in California. And I know that my views aren't that of everyone in Brentwood, but there's a lot of us here that are doing our very best to stop oil and gas from proliferating in California, and certainly to be a partner in it, which is exactly what we're doing by allowing this pipeline to pass through our city. And if for however many years this has been going on, we've only been getting $12,000, we're getting used and exploited. Because the partners he mentioned are probably a lot of other oil companies and gas companies that are depending on Brentwood to transport that through. If you look for, there's lots on the internet. One I pulled up from the Center for Biological Diversity. This was put out in July of 2020, just after they filed bankruptcy. I think they've now come out of it, but they have a whole lot of oil wells in California, and there are environmental violations against them, as well as they're stating here there's a long record of violating safety and environmental regulations. They seem to be underfunded in capping and plugging oil wells that are no longer operating. So, you know, again, my personal position and a lot of people here are to turn the tides around on oil and gas. And if we're participating in this, we are working with the enemy, in my opinion. So if we have the option to stop this pipeline and to stop participating in this industry and to start turning our efforts toward green energy, I recommend everybody put this to bed right now and ask them to go elsewhere to continue their work in oil and gas. So that is my opinion. Thank you.
The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Mrs. Schmidt. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. The council knows me, and so I tend to be passionate. I'm going to try to keep my composure. But let me start with the CRC lawyer. How dare you tell us whether or not we should have public comments? Who do you think you are? And I'm hoping that everyone who's listening right now, with the 2 minutes and 30 seconds I have left, will take the opportunity to raise their hands and voice their opinion. And hopefully that opinion is no continuance. Council, do not fall for that continuance, because today you can stop it. You can say no, and then this will actually lead into what's really got my blood up, and that is they're running the stuff right now without our authorization, without our permission. Now, what's sad to me is that our council didn't follow up with any clarifying questions, such as, how can you do this? And somebody said, oh, well, we don't have legal on here. Well, you know what? Why the heck are we even having this conversation if they didn't need the approval? So my clarifying questions are, what is to stop you, the city, from stopping them right now? That should be shut off right now until this is resolved. And if it's not shut off right now, there ought to be fines. Fines up the yin-yang, because what happens if something were to happen between now and June 8th? Who's going to be held accountable? Us. Because you guys allowed them to continue doing this pumping, and you're aware of this. So the city would be held liable. I certainly would hold every one of you liable. And as I said, I have 50 seconds left. I will keep circling back to how they're able to run this, why they didn't shut the valve whenever the day was when it expired. Why didn't they shut the valve? And council, if you allow them to run from this point on, the city attorney should be on here. I am dumbfounded. So I'm hoping with the last 18 seconds that everyone who's listening will raise their hand and voice their disgust. And right now the disgust is just the CRC. Hopefully at the end of the night, it won't be the council as well. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mrs. Schmidt, followed by Cindy. I'm getting a message that Mrs. Schmidt is using an older version of Zoom, and I can't unmute her. I will move on to Cindy. Cindy, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret, and congratulations. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you. What a great achievement. So we all know how amazing you are and well deserved. Can you hear me now? Because the unmute button came up again. Sorry.
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't even know where to start on this item. Definitely, I already said it should not be a part of the consent calendar. It is way too important for our city to understand and have the complete information of what this means for us, for the service operator, and all, and California in general, if you will, right? It sounds like it has higher implications. And hearing that there are 200 more participants in this agreement in one way or another, does that spell lawsuits for City of Brentwood if we decide to go with the popular opinion that this is not fit for our city to operate here? On top of that, as one of the previous speakers mentioned, does this tie in any way to any approvals for oil drilling that the county currently has on their table? We have to really think about that because, you know, there's a lot of suspicion and there's still a lot of backroom deals that are going on in the city, and that veil has not been lifted yet. So it's impossible for us who know a little bit of Brentwood history to not think about it. Also, the risk. That's something that nobody can mitigate. If somebody dies, if somebody's house catches on fire, a $2 million insurance policy will not make up for any of it. So think about that, ask for more information. But again, I am highly opposed to this. We shouldn't even discuss it unless there are major legal implications for the city that could probably bankrupt us. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sue Harper, followed by Mrs. Clark. Mrs. Harper, go ahead.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Sorry. You know, I came on this call with a lot of questions similar to what the council people have already asked, you know, about the benefits and the safety issues and stuff. But as the conversation is moving along, it sounds to me like this is a way bigger, broader, more complex issue than just this one little piece of pipeline. You know, there's all these other partners. There's, you know, who owns all of the different pieces of this? I mean, we have, you know, we have caps. Who owns them? And who's supposed to inspect them? We have all these other pipes around town, and pipelines, and PG&E owns this one and that one, and you know, I don't know where they all are. I mean, do we even know how this is related to those? And, you know, what about Brentwood Hills? They have pipes in under their houses and producing methane. And it's just, there's so many more questions that come up in my mind as we're looking at this one little one. I mean, maybe it's just I'm not familiar with this whole thing, but this is like a complex network of pipelines or something and equipment, and then someone wanting the next session of drilling. And, you know, it's just such a big issue. We're not even really close in my mind to coming to some decision on this. Sorry, thanks.
The next speaker is Mrs. Clark.
Hi, thank you. I would like to address a few of the things that Mr. Hilton said. This is a 35-mile pipeline, yet he said it travels from Lathrop to Richmond, or French Camp to Richmond, which is well more than 60 miles. He said there are no alternative routes. However, we know from the statement by the city that there are other pipes from PG&E, Kinder Morgan, Chevron, and I'm sure within the oil community they could find some other friends and business associates that they could be doing business with on this. The third point was that they are quantifiably at the top in statistics. However, if you look online, he was also saying that there were things like signs that had faded. However, I'd like to bring it to the attention of the City Council that in 2014 there was a penalty of $135,000 for failing to report production on 14 wells, that there was another penalty of $464,000 in 2014, and that was for a multi-county civil case for environmental-related offenses. There was another one for $254,000 for air pollution violation, and another $346,000 for water pollution. Mr. Ogden, you said that we've gotten good answers, and I do not believe we have. He said that it is solely based in California. However, it is, or at one point was, originated with ownership in Delaware. So I do not believe we can just trust that this is a neighborly California business, and I think we need to proceed very cautiously. Thank you.
There are no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you, Margaret. Okay, if we don't have no additional speakers, can I have a motion to close public comment?
Actually, Mr. Vice Mayor, as this is not a public hearing, no motions required. You can just close the public comment on your own.
Okay, I close public comment. Okay, so, sorry. No, I got a little lost here. Okay, Councilman, does anybody have any additional questions that you guys would like to ask the staff or the franchise themselves? Council members, any questions?
I have a statement, actually. in looking just even as of April 11th, 2018, in the waters right off of Southern California, CRC had 281 violations over a 3-year period. And obtained from the Associated Press shows state violations ranging from severe corrosion to failed and missing tests required to gauge the strength of wells. So that's kind of concerning, you know, that there would be that many in such a short period of time for just those wells down in Southern California. That's not to say that things weren't taking place up here as well that we aren't, or that haven't been publicized as of yet, as well as other news articles out there, such as was mentioned, the bankruptcy and you know, trying to reorganize in that respect. So there are some concerns with this, especially since this is running through Brentwood. Could ultimately cut off. Well, I guess it wouldn't cut off Shadow Lakes and Brentwood Hills in the respect that we'd be able to get out of the area a different way. But for Trilogy, well, not Trilogy, but maybe just Deer Ridge could be stuck if there was an explosion that took place anywhere along Balfour or down Concord along the Highway 4 bypass that we have there. So those are concerns based on this information that is here, and I'll wait to hear what others have to say.
Do you have any other additional questions or any comments from any other council members?
I just have a comment. Yeah, I mean, my phone is like, I can see it beeping because people are sending me everything they're Googling right now. But so I have the same concerns, again, where it's running through. And like Mr. Flores said, when they were put in place, there was no homes. So, and I think call me a greenie, call me whatever you want to say, but I do think that as a state, we're trying to wean off. And we have to take part in that, right? Like, we can help do a little bit of that. So I don't think we need this. I think that there's other options. Like Mickey said, there's other pipelines. They would just need to partner with someone else. These 200 oil and gas producers, they could partner with someone else and use another line, and hopefully little by little we'll start getting rid of lines. But I'm really concerned about the location. I just doesn't feel comfortable. I understand there's other ones that run through town, but again, just if little by little we can move to green energy and move away from dangerous oil and gas, it would make me feel better. And if I can do my little part, then, you know, that's what I'll do.
Any other questions or comments from council members?
Can you see me, or I don't think you...
No, I can't see you. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I need to... That's okay.
Just speak up. I'm sorry. Can't see
Yeah,
you.
no, that's okay. I need to remember not to use my electronic hand as well. I wanted to mention that there have been a lot of questions asked tonight, and I have to say I just don't feel completely that the answers are thorough enough. Let's put it that way. I would like to also bring up the comment that one of our callers, Carolina, made about the other 200 agencies that are relying on this pipeline being here. We are, at this point, we have been the city that's been accepting the risk, and I don't believe that the benefit is outweighing the risk or even meeting the risk in this case. So I would have to agree with her on that. And I just don't think we've had our questions answered. I think there are too many risks and too many unknowns. I did ask the question before about the environmental record. Having done a little searching on my own, I did see some of these things, and so I was wondering if you were going to mention them. So I'm not satisfied with what I'm hearing at this point tonight either. Thanks.
Any further questions or comments from the council? Okay. Yeah. I agree. I mean, there's been so going back to the June 8th meeting, I'm sorry, I apologize for this. But it sounds like we pretty much have the meeting tonight. And I mean, in regards to the questions and things like that, Tim, could you help me? Is this, I mean, should we table this for another discussion for June 8th, or how does this work? Or if the council's not for it now, do we make that vote tonight? Or, I mean, how does that work? I'm sorry.
If there isn't support for the motion that is agendized to schedule the public hearing on June 8th, then I suppose there is no public hearing on June 8th. Okay. And staff will have to work closely with CRC and figure out what their next steps are and how to undo things, unless they make another petition or case for revisiting this. Just wanted to make a few points. Again, I don't have a game in the stake, but just want to make sure you have all the information. But every home in Brentwood receives natural gas, right? This is a transmission line, so obviously bigger, and I understand there are potentially some risks, but I don't think natural gas is going away, and having these conveyances is important to every resident. So that is something to consider. Also, we have approximately 200 miles of roads, and we've probably got 200 miles of pipeline from various vendors throughout the whole city. So this is not something really unique, and it's perhaps why it was on consent. It was just to renew, again, this lease. But I understand the council's concerns, so if this doesn't move forward tonight, then we'll work closely with CRC to see what the next steps are. To some of the housing developments in Brentwood, and the impacts may not be mitigated because now the city can't control that. So that's just a consideration for your consideration. And then, Damien, I didn't know if you had any additional thoughts or considerations the council should make before they finalize their decision tonight.
I don't have a lot to add this evening. You've asked a number of questions, some of which I think have been answered, some of which I think are outstanding. Staff can certainly, as I said, come back with more information on this. There's some information that I heard tonight that I would like to do a little bit more research on, talk with our attorney on this matter, just to make sure that we're not missing anything regarding the impacts of shutting this pipeline down on the other 200 users that were mentioned. I don't know what the impacts would be on that. So a number of these questions came today, and we've tried to give you as best a set of answers as we could this evening. But there could be more information out there that we're not aware of that may be relevant to the decisions later on, or the decisions tonight.
Okay. So no further questions. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry. That's okay.
Yeah. If we have any further questions or anything before we move to a motion, does anybody have any further questions or nothing? Okay.
I apologize.
Motion.
I clarify it's come up several times. I'm not trying to be forceful here on the issue of the other 200 entities, since several of you have mentioned that. I was referring to the royalty interest owners who have a stake in the natural gas that is sold or that is transported through the pipeline. It is not a reference to other oil and gas exploration companies, production companies. It is those that have royalty interests in the wells and the natural gas as produced that is conveyed through the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Mendoza, did you have a question or something?
No, I'm ready to make a motion. I just need help from Damien exactly what to say. So
okay.
I don't want.
Okay. Let me say this, and then you can make the motion. Okay. If no other questions or comments, I would consider a motion on the draft resolution. So there you go, Councilmember Mendoza.
And I guess if I may step in just for a second, if the desire is not to move forward with this, the vice mayor's asked for a motion. If no one makes a motion to move forward with it, it doesn't move forward for lack of a motion. So that's another way of doing it. The vice mayor's asked for a motion. If no one makes one, it doesn't move forward, and you move on to the next item on your agenda.
Okay. I have concerns about it, and I was going to make part like a part with the motion, like it needs to get shut down because it's running without a permit. So can I talk to you about that offline then?
That aspect of it, we have to also remember what's on your agenda tonight. What's on your agenda tonight is very specific on declaring your intent to grant the renewal and setting the public hearing. So going beyond that starts to move away from the agenda. So if it's the council's desire not to move forward with this tonight, the vice mayor has asked for a motion. If no one makes a motion at this point, the matter doesn't move forward, and you move on to your next agenda item.
So I'm just going to say it one more time. If there's no more questions or comments, I will consider a motion on the draft resolution. Okay, it sounds like we don't have no motion. So, Damon, help me with the next step.
With no motion, Mr. Vice Mayor, I think this item, we move on to the next item on the agenda. We can thank our guests from CRC as well as Mr. Westerfield, and then the mayor can join us to resume his duties at the meeting.
Okay, Jonathan, we'd like to thank you and your staff for participating in the meeting, and also thank city staff for answering any questions. And then we would like to also welcome back our mayor, and we'll move on with the agenda. Thank you.
We will now move on to item D, public hearings. Item D1 is a resolution amending the 2020-2021 cost allocation plan and schedule of fees and revisions to parks and recreation fees. And at this time, I will turn it to Chris Farrow, who will provide the staff report. Chris.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Tonight you have before you a public hearing amending the City of Brentwood 2020-2021 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees. Currently, as you are aware, on July 1st of each year, most fees are adjusted by an amount equal to the percentage of increase or decrease in the Consumer Price Index, CPI, for this region. The implementation of the yearly CPI for recreation programs and facilities is typically applied on October 1st. The Parks and Recreation Program and facility fees are set based on the cost recovery level as approved by Council Administrative Policy 10.5, Budget and Fiscal Policy Section 5.8. However, there are times that staff requests a fee increase or decrease based on market conditions. As noted in the staff report, staff is recommending a fee decrease for the lifeguarding class in order to make it more comparable to our neighboring cities and more affordable for local teams. In order to be sensitive to residents who are experiencing financial hardships due to the COVID-19 pandemic, staff is also recommending to maintain the current Parks and Recreation Program and facility fees and exempt them from the CPI increases for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. All Parks and Recreation Program and facility fees can be found in Exhibit A in your packet tonight, and staff is available to answer any clarifying questions you have at this time.
If you have questions of staff, if you could raise your hands, and I will call on you in order.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't find my little hand on this phone here. I'm sorry about that, Mayor. I just have a quick question. Do we provide any type of scholarships for the young people that may not be able to afford even the fees that are currently in place?
We do have a scholarship program, one that the city runs that's available for those participating in Parks and Rec programs. And then there also is a scholarship available through the Senior Club, the nonprofit that works in partnership with us for additional scholarships for senior programming as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Rary.
Sorry about that. Yeah. What about, I noticed when we got the information regarding the senior center that in that case we don't have, that everybody pays the same price, basically. I mean, there were a few where a non-resident paid a very, very minor amount more than what a resident would pay. So why don't we charge a non-resident rate for the senior center for activities there?
That's actually in the council administrative policy. So there are several programs that per that policy, we do not charge a non-resident rate. So that includes recreation swim, lap swim, some of our contracted online computer classes, any fees that are set by outside agencies, you know, a lot of those partnerships, programs that are designed specifically for teens, and then our active adult, our seniors 50 and over are in that policy as well. And that policy has been in place at least for the past 5 years. That's as far back as I went. So how it got to be, I'm not quite sure what the discussion was at that time, but that has been in the budget and fiscal policy for quite some time. So certainly council discretion to make any changes to that.
Yeah, considering 30% of the use is by non-residents at the senior center, and the complaint from our seniors has been that they're busting at the seams, that they need a larger place. And is it because we are making it too affordable for non-residents to actually come in and have the same rate as a resident? So if that's a policy thing, then that's something we would have to do offline because it's not part of this agenda. So, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Meyer?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I have the same line of thought as what I'm hearing so far, but my question is also for our programs around swim or any other youth-focused or any age programming, do people come from out of our city to take part in those programs as well? And could we, and I guess maybe this is like Councilmember Rary was discussing a future agenda item, but is there a way we can work with those cities to do some sort of subsidy to help offset the cost of inviting people in and not charging them extra? And I'm trying to figure out how that balances out.
Sure. We certainly do have many non-residents, especially your reference to aquatics, because our surrounding areas don't have aquatics facilities at our level. So places like Knightson, Byron, even recently Discovery Bay with them redoing their pool, certainly those residents have been coming to us for services. I don't know the answer about how we would work with other cities to do that. Maybe that's a Damien or even a Sakari on the risk side question. Yeah, so it sounds like a policy change. I can let you know that in our last strategic initiative planning, there was conversation about us looking at kind of vamping the current cost recovery model, and that didn't get into the final strategic plan, that language around that, because we just kind of prioritize some other projects, but it still is the intent of the department to bring something to council within the next fiscal year to look at different options. Our cost recovery plan has been, as I mentioned, around for quite some time and probably needs some revisions. So I think it would include some of the things that you're looking at, the resident versus non-resident, prioritizing programs in a way a lot of cities prioritize programs for youth and those real entry-level learn to swim programs at lower cost recovery rates than, for example, something that's a very highly specialized adult class, like let's say, photography or something like that, that would have a higher cost recovery rate. So there's lots of different models, but it is something that we want to explore as a department in fiscal year 21-22. And certainly if it's a request of council as a future agenda item, we could bring that back sooner possibly, but we were slated to do it in next fiscal year.
Thank you.
Councilperson Rary?
I would have that same question regarding the swimming, and because I don't know if it still books up so fast, because I know when I tried to get my granddaughter in, it was almost impossible to get her into a class, and that was before school was even out. I mean, the classes were booked out, I think, towards the end of summer, which kind of defeats the purpose of getting them around a pool and being, comfortable, being able to get in and out without any problems. So yeah, that is something we should probably look at bringing back, as far as how do we accommodate our residents first, and do we do that by charging more money for non-residents on other items such as the swimming and the senior center and so forth, so that we can allow our residents to have the first opportunities.
Councilmember Rary, there is a little bit of the easing with the aquatics. Obviously in COVID, not so much, because we have some extra restrictions that kind of limit our class sizes and such. But overall, we do have more water now with Liberty Pool coming on board. So with us being able to put some swim teams and some other rentals at Liberty as well, that will free us up to be able to offer more aquatics programs, including swim lessons. So on that note, I do think that there is some relief coming, at least as far as availability of classes.
Mayor, I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, my question is, I know that going through this and seeing the different classes, I could see that a lot of our kids and youth programs and things like that were impacted. Is that more because of the pandemic? Because I could see they're crossed out. So does that mean they'll be part of the next year fee study and things like that? Or because I can see that a lot of our youth and our kids programs are not, they're not there. Is that because of the pandemic?
Not necessarily. There's also been some changes. So anything that's in red is a new addition. So you'll see pretty much wherever there's a strikeout, there's also something added in red. So some of that is just us changing vendors. Some things that we used to contract out, we're now doing in-house. So overall, if you look at what's been added versus what's been subtracted, it should be pretty much right on board. So even just looking at the first page as an example, you'll see the strikeouts for the Pee-wee, baseball and softball. The softball programs actually are getting picked up by our local league pony. We've added the Tiny Tots sports program in-house. So for the most part, you should kind of see a wash. It's not as if things are missing that haven't been replaced.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there are no more clarifying questions of staff, then at this time we will open public comments on this item. Margaret, I'll turn it to you.
I received 0 public comments on this item prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised at this time.
Okay, seeing that there are no hands raised, we'll close public comment and move into council discussion. Is there anyone in council that would have further discussion on this? Okay. If not, I'll need a motion to close the public hearing.
I make the motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, we have a first.
Second.
Second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. So at this time, we'll open council discussion. Is there any further discussion on this item? Okay. If not, I'll consider a motion.
I'd like to make a motion as detailed in the staff report, adopt the resolution amending the 2020-21 cost allocation plan and schedule of fees and revisions to parks and recreation fees.
Have a first?
I'll second that.
Second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for your help with that and your information.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good evening.
At this time, we'll move on to business items. Item E1 is a resolution approving the concept design for the Innovation Center Master Plan and directing staff to proceed with the next phases of the Master Plan project. And I will turn it to Terrence Grindal.
Sorry, I had to be promoted. So this is an important stage of the Innovation Center Master Plan. This project is intention is to refine the PA1 specific plan that was completed in order to make this project even more marketable and aimed at higher income level jobs for the city of Brentwood. I'd like to have Ryan Call from ELS Associates provide a brief, relatively brief update of the master plan. As most council members are aware, we had a fairly extensive town hall just a few weeks ago, and Ryan has pared that down a bit for let's call this the executive summary, but Ryan's going to go over that master plan. At the end of his presentation and discussion, we're going to ask for your approval of the master plan so we can move forward with some important next steps. With that, Ryan?
Great. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me okay? Excellent. I'm going to share my screen. I'll reiterate Terrence's comment that I will try my very best to keep this brief. So let me just pull up screen one. Okay, you should have the presentation on screen. Is that right? Great. Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to say, it's great to see all of you again, and I really appreciate your time tonight to hear this presentation. We've worked on this since August, and it's been quite the journey and quite the pleasure to work in the city of Brentwood with the various stakeholders, the staff at the city, and of course the public through the town hall forum. What we'll do tonight is we'll discuss a very, very short recap on vision objectives. We'll then transition to the preferred plan, touch on the catalyst sites that will be used. Really, it's the foundation for our marketing effort. And then we have Dan Sheridan from Hoffman Strategy Group here that will be speaking to marketing, and then we'll wrap up with next steps. So this was 4 or 5 slides condensed into one. So we'll do our best to keep this brief. The context for every decision that we've made on this site really goes back to the purpose. Our job is to really utilize this very precious piece of land as a source to bring living wage jobs to Brentwood. So from land use to the design of streets, parks, everything, we're always having that in the back of our heads as a guiding principle to bring us, the question we ask for every moment of the design, does this really focus on the pursuit of bringing jobs? The next part of this is Brentwood has unique opportunities, but also has unique challenges. It's not next to an interstate. The existing office market is not substantial, so there's not a precedent for high rents. And then also you have pretty tough competition who is closer to interstates and airports and different things. Of course, you have some pretty extraordinary strengths, and I think they've been amplified actually in the COVID environment. People are much more willing to move where areas have more affordable housing or access to housing. And Brentwood, we looked at in our town hall the cost of a 4-bedroom house in San Mateo versus the cost of a 4-bedroom house in Brentwood, and you can just imagine the delta. It was less than half. So you can afford the American dream in Brentwood, and that's something we really want to promote and make sure that it's closely integrated to our master plan. And then design for health. We don't have to retrofit a building built in the 80s or the 70s or the 90s. All these technologies about wellness, sanitation, things that we need to do moving forward can be done in a build-to-suit manner because you have one of the few large parcels left right next to a highway. So preferred plan. This preferred plan is a representation of a possible scenario. The buildings that are shown are really discussion points in the effort to recruit employers. It's great to have, it's not just great, it's very important. It's crucial to have a tool when you start those conversations with employers that help them visualize what their facility could look like on this plan. And so we've gone a step beyond the block definition to visualize prospective layouts for office buildings, campuses, and also higher density residential units to give them a touch of the flavor and the potential that this place has to reach. Another really important thing that we'll stress continually through this presentation is the importance to be flexible for these employers and know that this plan has flexibility built into it. So if we hook a good fish, you're going to respond to their particular needs, and this plan has that ability. Connectivity. This is a very, very important aspect of any master plan. And in particular, trends in office have been, it's not just about the building or visibility of the building, it's about all the things that are close by to the employment center. Access to housing, access to shops, restaurants, all those things. It's called the 5-minute circle. So when we look at this site, it has some extraordinary infrastructure already in place. The arterials at the edges are largely there. There's the McCollum Trail, which will soon have the overpass. There's the future infrastructure of the BART station when that happens. So this site has, it checks so many boxes that are not only extremely relevant, but boxes that a lot of the competition doesn't have, and something that I think we can do very well. Just to highlight a couple of the features, we want this office employer, one of the crucial things that they look at is, do their employees have a great place to live nearby? And the answer is clearly yes. Pruitt Ranch Drive, Coal Ranch Lane, Sand Creek Road will all tie into both existing and new housing. That's very appealing to employers. On the other side of the freeway, we have Empire, Shady Willow. These tie into a lot of the existing neighborhoods throughout Brentwood. They're also great places to live. The one missing point, which we'll get into in the next slide or the next couple slides, is introducing that more walkable urban form of housing, which appeals to the younger sect, which we're trying to integrate into this project. So we talked about wellness just very briefly in the beginning. Wellness has become a huge factor. People are extremely aware of it. Their health is very important. And also employers understand that if their employees are healthier, that their work product is better. So the emphasis on wellness is not a passing trend. It's definitely a trend that's growing stronger. And so when we look at these sites, we can say, here, we can check the boxes of square footage that you need, the acreage that you need. And by the way, we've created a network of protected bike lanes, Class 4 bike lanes, wide sidewalks, tree-lined streets, all of these comforts that make this place a great place to walk or bike or really not choose the car. Now, you can still use the car, but we're going to have you drive around 20 to 25 miles an hour to ensure that this environment prioritizes experience. And so that's one of the big differentiators that we can embrace on this project is delivering a higher and better experience that some of the older office products, perhaps at Hacienda or various areas along the 680 corridor, they have their experience is a little bit more about the parking, and the various uses are very distant. Parcel flexibility. This is where I go back to the idea that we need to have a very flexible plan. If there's a great employer that comes, a potential employer that comes and they need 10 acres, we've created a very logical grid where they could assemble multiple blocks to satisfy their needs. If they need something smaller, it's easily subdividable. The other important thing is that we've aligned streets with parcel ownership. So we're trying to avoid as many gymnastics as possible, because those all present barriers to development. We've aligned the streets with parcel lines to the extent possible. I'm going really fast here. We'll have a lot of time for question and answers, and please, I'm here as long as you need me. We've put a lot of work into this, so we're happy to share. Access to amenities. This is where we are going to see some of the departures from the earlier PA1 specific plan. The earlier PA1 specific plan did a really great job of establishing the quantities. There's plenty of office, light industrial, business park to work under in our EIR and the CEQA analysis. So we're really excited that when we went and actually tested the site, we had the capacities that we're hitting are actually very well covered in that specific plan. The thing that the specific plan wasn't perfectly aligned with was trends in office, where they're tilting more towards the 5-minute city, where you can basically leave your office and you can walk to lunch, or you can walk home for lunch. Those kinds of options we wanted to integrate into this plan. And so as a result, we redistributed some of the housing that was in the plan so that every office sector is within a block or 2 blocks at the most of housing sources. And so this is, it comes down to every employer is going to be shopping your site against another. And we have to have as many of these amenities that make your site more attractive than the competition. So you're always judging, the competition is the bar that gets set, and you have to do better. So that's why this land use plan has embraced this more distributed mixed use. Now, the word mixed use also comes with some challenges. When it's vertical mixed use and you have retail on the first level and you have housing on the second and upper levels, it can be a little more challenging to get that off the ground. It's often a residential developer doesn't want to do the retail component, or an office developer doesn't want to do the retail component. And so sometimes vertical mixed use can hold up a project. But in a more suburban setting, horizontal mixed use, where the residential or the office or the retail are a block apart, it allows each one of those building uses to be good at what it's good at, and then the proximity allows people to enjoy those amenities within a short walk. So we've adopted, the PA1 specific plan really embraced a vertical mixed use strategy for the transit village. And so we're looking at more of a horizontal mixed use strategy. Now, we're not going to say no if somebody comes in with a great mixed use, vertically mixed use project. That's totally fine. But we wanted to make sure the door was open for horizontal. And I think we've had this question in pretty much every town hall, which is how much square footage, how many jobs, how many units are you drawing on your plan, Ryan? So, we work together with EMC planning and looking at the jobs kind of estimate numbers, standards for those things. We've taken our best pass at estimating the jobs based on what we've drawn, and we've also calculated the acreage of the various parcels that we've drawn. And what's great is we've landed very, very close to, at max build out, or, full build out. We've landed very close to the projections in the caps, really, in your specific plan. We don't want to trigger a CEQA, or, we don't want to trigger new environmental analysis. It could prolong, it could get in the way of development, and we want to try to stay as much as possible under all of the caps that are in the PA1 specific plan. And so when we actually put the numbers to the plan, we're doing just fine. And so, gratitude to the PA1 specific plan process to put those numbers in there. There's plenty of flexibility in those numbers for us to achieve our goals. Just some highlights. We have an average of 1,800 units shown on this plan based on the acreage of the parcels. The cap in the specific plan is 2,041. The way they measured that cap is they took the average between the low and the max, and it was 2,041. And so we took the average between our low and our max, and we're at 1,800. So representatively, we do have a little less housing from an acreage point of view than we did in the PA1 specific plan, but I think it's located in a way that's more advantageous to recruiting office. As for the jobs, in the specific plan, the tilt was more towards light industrial and business park. And so we've tilted it a little closer more towards campus, Class A office. We still have the others well represented, but there's a bit more equal distribution between those three classes. And as a result, we're landing very much in the same jobs category, around 8,800 jobs, and I think the projection in the PA-specific plan was 83 or 8,400. The one area, let's see here, that was not represented in the specific plan is parks and open space. And while these don't necessarily generate jobs, they make this site much more attractive to development. And that concept of your office building not only being in the city of Brentwood, but being in the city of Brentwood at a great park or address, a beautiful public realm, those are things that you can do to help set yourself apart and elevate yourself above the competition. So public parks played a big role in how we're storytelling why it's so important and why Brentwood is a great opportunity. The West and East District, these studies here represent the catalyst sites. And basically the idea here is we develop two sites at a higher level of detail so that when you get into a deeper discussion with a biotech company or whoever you're reaching out to, that you can show them, well, here's what 500,000 square feet of office could look like in the city of Brentwood in this district. Here's your proximity to existing retail amenities or existing housing or proposed. And here are the public space amenities that your employees will enjoy. So all of those things help you further the discussion and make a stronger case that you have put in place the groundwork to give them the best office campus. The West District is anchored by, I think, one of your most important amenities. The McCollum Trail is a tremendous resource, and especially since that the McCollum Trail will connect over the overpass, this becomes one of the other selling points. You have that trail connecting, thousands of homes right to your site, giving people the opportunity to get some exercise on the way to work. And it seems, at least in my life, that I work too much, that you want to squeeze in wellness whenever you can. And so this is part of that idea. Let's squeeze that wellness into a regular routine and everyday life. To accentuate that, we've introduced the McCollum Loop, which is essentially you get off the McCollum Trail and you can travel to almost nearly every parcel of the site without crossing a car. And then so you travel south and you can come back across Sand Creek up the other side. And so then we connect the Sand Creek Trail Network with the McCollum Trail Network, and then you have basically a bike and pedestrian freeway. So again, trying to do stuff that's unique to Brentwood, a great selling point, just a little bit of extra kind of gingerbread to help you make those wins in recruiting those employment efforts. So earlier, I talked about the importance of a premium address. So it's not just a street. In this case, it's a street with a beautiful park. It's a linear park in this case, but it's an urban design feature where you could have a very rich landscape, great trees, some various events or activities could be programmed on it. It's not small. It's 100 feet wide from the curb to the building front. And that's flexible too. But essentially, it's a public amenity, and these employers, they get to address their postcard for their promotional material is this great building on this great street with this great park close to all these amenities. So again, we're trying to give you a feature that is not found at other locations, and that's exciting, and that helps you compete. It also does a unique thing in that we're pulling in the connection to Coal Ranch Lane, goes up, moving you towards the McColmy Trail amenity. We also have the traffic coming from Pruitt Ranch Drive down into the project, and Councilmember Mendoza, I think it was you that suggested we needed to rename Pruitt Drive. Or no, Rary, Councilmember Rary, yes, that's right. So please come up with a name, and I'll be happy to change it. We haven't gotten there yet. But the concept is we are creating seamless connections to the urban fabric around it. We don't want it to feel like these people work in a project or they live in a project. They need to feel like they work in a community. And so by threading these other streets into your project, it starts to create a much more connected environment and I think more community-oriented environment. And that happens on both sides of the project. So these are just some of the, diagramming some of the ideas. So great visibility from the highway. That's going to mean a lot to a lot of employers. We have the Innovation Park feature. We are adding a permission into the land use that allows small, basically it's like a live-work concept where somebody wants to have, somebody with an entrepreneurial spirit has a great idea and they want to start a small 1 or 2 person business. Let's let them do it here in Brentwood. And so they would have the benefit being on this commercial address, or mixed use address really, to promote their business in the context of all these other great businesses. So we're using one land use to support another. And we can jump back to these slides if you have any questions. So this represents a possible vision for the project. We're looking at office buildings that have a very rich indoor-outdoor connection. They're on this great, public feature park. The green area that we're drawing on the office side is intended to be their own more private outdoor space where the employees could, there could be a secure entry. There's ways for them to secure it, and people could feel comfortable with their laptops or various things working in public. These are prototypes that we've learned from different projects such as Silicon Beach, which is the Playa Vista development down near Los Angeles, and there's quite a few others. San Mateo, the Bay Meadows 2 development is a wonderful example of horizontal mixed use and the energy that you can create with that. And so this is just taking that aerial and dropping a diagram over it. You get to work on a protected bike lane or a sidewalk. So these are great features that make biking a very easy choice. People don't have to worry about getting run over nearly as much as they do if they're riding their bike in the street. So again, we want to differentiate and elevate your site and its features above your competition that was built in the 90s, the 80s, and early 2000s. Who really they're evolving too, and they're adapting. But we can do it. We can do it better. This is the view from the West District, and actually the orientation of the buildings that are in the plan, which is a suggestion, are designed to capture views of Mount Diablo. And we really see that vista as Mount Diablo, almost a it's almost like your brand for Brentwood for this innovation district. It's just such a beautiful aspect of the community. So the East District is very, very fortunate in that you have so many of these office campuses that are being built all over, well, let me say office communities, the kind of mixed-use office projects that are being built all over the country. They propose retail development, and a lot of times it doesn't get off the ground because it's very difficult to get retail right. And so Streets of Brentwood, obviously with COVID, it's going through some struggles, but it does present itself as, you know, the nicest commercial shopping center in this district. And the AMC movie theater's a big bonus and a tough tenant to get, and they've got that. There's a lot of housing that's going to be built in Oakley, Antioch nearby. So I think there's, you know, Streets of Brentwood is well positioned to rebound, and leveraging that, having an office campus just north of it will allow Terrence and Josh and the other folks for the city of Brentwood to go to a potential employer and say, look, you can have your campus with housing to the north side, to the east, a highway, and then you've got access to restaurants, shops, and entertainment right there. So your employee could have all kinds of choices about how they want to enjoy their lunch or how they want to enjoy their evening or their weekend or getting together with coworkers, et cetera. So that's a really unique resource that could, again, help set Brentwood apart from your competition. Now, the design of the park is something that we've done for the purposes of creating dialogue. And when you promote this idea to an employer, you can feature, here are the amenities you could enjoy in this park. Now, this park has not gone through a public design process. Parks are extremely well done in Brentwood and very thoughtfully designed and planned. So what you're seeing is figurative, and it's really a discussion starter, and it's a marketing tool. It's part of our marketing tools in our package. So it is not a finalized design by any means. So this zooms in on the park, and you know, one of the interesting things about this property is the historic walnut barn that was built by the Majora family and the bridge that crosses the creek. And so the creek, being part of the Sand Creek Trail Network, which is building further to the west, and it already extends to the east, is a great amenity. We want to enhance that amenity and build this park around both sides of the creek. Right now, it kind of feels like there's a south side and a north side. It really should feel like a single place connected. And the barn itself could be adapted into a really unique, one-of-a-kind feature, you know, wine barn or all kinds of things that could be relevant to the various office uses. One little side note is you do see a lot of surface parking on this project. And when we did our economic analysis on this, in these initial phases, it's very likely that surface parking will be the preferred option for purposes of economics. Structured parking in California is extremely expensive, and the rents in this area would not justify that investment on a large scale initially. But we've built an idea so that if they want to expand the office square footages and maximize the 0.6 FAR that's in your specific plan, we've designed the parking lots in a way that the parking is consolidated, and so that you can add another office building and structured parking to have to offer these employers an ability to grow on site and not have to acquire additional land. This site here, including this side of the East Bay Mud Canal, which flows right here, and this side of the project can be built up to 700,000 square feet. What you're looking at here is closer to 5. And so this, again, this is a visioning tool. This is a marketing tool. We want to get people's attention in a way that, gets a response from a potential employer. And so Actually, on the West District, we modeled some of the buildings after the biotech campus, not directly, but in a similar vein to the Lumina biotech campus in Foster City. These buildings here, they take on a different flavor, and it's not that we're specifying that this one's straight and the other one's curved. We simply want to show the spectrum of opportunity. So this kind of represents a vocabulary that you see in office buildings today. This site here is a wonderful campus opportunity with the Majora Park. If you zoom in, again, this is for purposes of discussion and recruitment. This has not gone through a Brentwood design phase. But what we've shown and demonstrated is that there's ample acreage for wellness-oriented, bocce courts, pickleball. There's areas for basketball, tennis. You could have outdoor performance. You could have a small retail feature with the repurposed barn. There's a lot of land here, 13 acres, to do something pretty exciting. What's kind of interesting, I think, is that the creek itself, there's limits to how close you can build the buildings to the edge of the creek. And so we decided to take that constraint and turn it into an opportunity. And if you can't put a building there, you might as well put a park there. So let's celebrate the creek and create this great natural environment. And, this is something that hopefully it becomes a destination, and it actually becomes a resource for the streets of Brentwood. And so this is an image of what it could look like. Some of the concepts that are really starting to get employed into more office buildings is the giving people the choice to have access to outdoor workspaces. So these campuses take on that kind of, the outdoor environments take on that life. Terraces on the upper level. We just finished an office building in Austin, Texas, which has a courtyard, and the courtyard's designed for a variety of different group sizes, from a team of 10 to a single person, and then it has a big terrace on it where you can have your lunch. So, these are ideas that are being employed in reality, and we wanted to make sure that those conversations and those visions are in those conversations that you have when you're recruiting. So Dan Sheridan, if we could activate his, I can move the slides, Dan, if you can talk, if you can mute. But Dan will be walking us through some of the thoughts on marketing and outreach and really getting this thing out. Dan, are you there? Margaret, is Dan?
I just promoted him to panelist.
Okay, thank you very much. Dan, are you muted?
Should be good now.
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Thanks, Ryan. So, me and my partner's role at this point is to, as Ryan and his team and with Terrence and Josh have refined the plan through their process in the town halls, et cetera, is to take what these renderings show and tell such a great story, and then to develop a marketing strategy about how the city educates the business community about what's possible and what can be done here in Brentwood. So what we've done is we want to, as I said, see here on the slide, present the Innovation Center opportunity to the business community. And we've kind of identified really, three main targets. First would be end users, potential end users directly. So that would be, for instance, a biomedical type user. And how do you reach out to those groups, those types of specific end users? The other target group is the development community in general. So office developers, primarily in this case. And then you want to educate the office broker community in the East Bay. So those are our targets, which then, leads to the next slide about how do you reach out to them and what's the most effective way to do that. So our thoughts on this at this point is really kind of twofold, a market-based strategy and then a more specific industry company target strategy. So let's start with the market strategy. We feel, and we've worked on projects across the country where really a media campaign focused at least initially here in the East Bay to educate the business community. And this would really hit all groups, your end users, as well as the development community and your office brokers about, what the opportunity is here, what's the potential. And that's where I think the slides that Ryan just walked us all through are so powerful, because they really do tell a very visual story about what's possible here. And I put this point in here too about office as a service, because that's really, with COVID and coming out of COVID, what we're seeing now is you can't just provide space. You have to be something that's going to draw people to work, attract people to work, not push people to their office. And so the amenities and the open space that Ryan was going through really gets into office as a service, amenity rich, easy access, a skilled workforce, which obviously Brentwood benefits from now because you have a skilled resident base there in Brentwood. And in some ways, this is all evolving, right? And the whole work from home dynamic is changing. I think in some industries prior to COVID, it was less than 10%. And in the midst of COVID, it was somewhere a little bit over 50%. Most of the thought now is it's going to land somewhere in the middle there. It's going to be around 20-25% are going to work from home. But I think an interesting story to tell here is a place like Brentwood, where you have an educated workforce, highly skilled, you can get the best of both worlds. You can work close to home, almost like you're working from home, but then also get the benefit of that office environment and the collaboration and the energy that creates. So our strategy here would be first to focus on the East Bay market through business publications. There's a lot of online electronic media focused on the real estate industry, office businesses, et cetera. And then depending on the feedback that we get there, I think secondarily you look at other California markets who may be very intrigued by the proximity to places like Silicon Valley, San Francisco, Oakland, but it provides maybe an easier place for their employees to work. And that's the other thing here too, is you think about marketing an office project, you're not just marketing to the C-suite, you're marketing to the C-suite so that they can tell the story to their employees why this is a good place for them to be. So too oftentimes people forget about the employees are really driving a lot of these decisions about where a company decides to locate. So that's the market-based strategy. And then if you move to the next slide, Ryan, then you get into kind of target industries and companies. And the Kaiser Marston firm had done some work on this late last year, where they did, I think, a very good job of matching kind of the educational background and the skill set of the Brentwood residents with potential targeted industries. And so for office, you'll see what we listed there, but insurance, business support services, software development, and then if you look at advanced industrial R&D, medical equipment, electric lighting, other electrical equipment, industrial machinery, I think that gives us a really good place to start with coming up with a hit list of companies and industries. And then I think there's more research to be done in that regard to really identify companies, as I said earlier, who may want to be in Northern California, but don't necessarily want to or need to be in Silicon Valley per se. So tech-related companies, et cetera. So that's kind of coming up with that hit list. And then the development and broker community, they will be educated about the site through all of these other things we're already talking about doing, the market strategy and the targeted industries and companies. So then it's about more specific outreach to them. And with developers, for instance, in most of my career, I've been a developer, come up with a targeted list of developers that you think might be interested in the opportunity here in Brentwood. Develop a list of those specific developers and present the opportunity. Office broker outreach, again, they'll get the benefit of the market strategy in the East Bay, but things like office broker events believe it or not, go a long way to educating the brokerage community about what the opportunity is. So events along those lines for both the development community and the office broker community, I think all gets back to that objective of educating the business community about the opportunity, because this is going to be a new story to tell. I think it's a really positive story, but it's a new story to tell about Brentwood. And this will all kind of, my experience with these types of outreach programs is you have to be open and flexible, because you will learn by the initial feedback you get, and you kind of layer in other thoughts as you go through the process. So what's working, what's not working, you'll refine your areas of focus as you kind of go through this process. So I hope I wasn't too quick, but I wanted to be respectful of time.
Great, thanks, Dan. I think this slide's important. Next steps. So finalizing the master plan. When we use the word finalize, it's really accepting this vision as a recruitment and promotional tool. Are the streets going to follow this exact order? Are the buildings going to look exactly like the renderings? The answer is, most likely not. But do we have the framework for those conversations to start those efforts to actually land the employers in your town? And I think the answer is yes. So finalizing the master plan as a recruitment tool to get the process going out is really important. The next step is to amend the specific plan. We've started some analysis on the specific plan as to how this vision fits into the specific plan, basically the guardrails of the specific plan. And from a site capacity level, we've done very well. The specific plan actually did very well in defining how much square footage could go on the site and what we felt could be realistically achieved given the economic constraints. This next part's really important. Define incentives and a marketing strategy. So Dan spoke a lot about the marketing strategy. With many office developments like this, where there's not an existing market to build on, where you're creating a market from scratch. This is a very challenging thing to do, and it takes a big commitment to the investment and patience. You have to look at your incentives and find a way, either through paying for infrastructure or other tools, to help hook that first big fish and then get the other ones to follow. And so that can dramatically change your conversations. And this is what Mission Bay did with UCSF. They basically, in that particular instance, they gave them the land. In Austin, Texas, on one of our projects, the Miller Airport redevelopment, where they've created a fantastic workforce community, Dell Children's Hospital was the frontier tenant. And after they came to the site, it drastically changed people's impressions about what was possible. So thinking about how you're going to incentivize and attract that initial project is going to be really important. I think we've done a good job of aligning the trends that you see in office development with the realistic constraints of the Brentwood PA1 site. And so that's where we're going to go back into the specific plan and make sure that there are not large changes. It's really small tweaks and adjustments to align that specific plan with our vision. And then lastly, working with the city to make sure that entitlements are low risk and that costs are minimal to getting development approved and built. So those are ways that Brentwood can be more competitive, and always assuming that your competition is working just as hard or harder than you are is really the mindset you have to adopt if you're committed to this idea of bringing jobs to Brentwood. The last thing that I'll stop talking after this and let you talk. This is a living plan. It's going to evolve, and you're going to have conversations with employers that will need things to change. And I think I'm encouraging, even though I love this project and the work that we've put into it, if it changes for the result of getting an employer, that's a successful master plan. And so being able to support flexibility to attract the right employer is really important. And then again, just dedication. This effort, it can take 10, 20, 30 years to build out 3.5 million square feet of commercial development. And that's what you're looking at on this plan. So, and then, of course, keep an eye on the competition. Terrence? Should we open things up?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Ryan for all of his efforts on this, but I also want to point out how much extraordinary public input we've had on this process. We've had a project website that's included all the documents that are underlying these assumptions. We've allowed people to comment on that. We've had a number of town halls as well as a council presentation. So we've really worked hard to get community input because this needs to be Brentwood's center, and we really wanted to hear from the community. And frankly, we got really good comments and really good suggestions from the community and from the property owners. So we worked very hard to make this an inclusive process and to hear from people. And I really applaud Ryan for doing that, and it's been an important part of this project. So with that, we're happy to hear from any questions the council might have. And I imagine you'd also like to open it to the public to make comments as well.
Thank you, Terrence. Thank you, Ryan and Dan. Before we move forward, I want to offer an opportunity for our council persons. If you would like to take a 5-minute recess before we get further into this, or if you want to keep on going with it, just let me know what you'd like to do.
I say keep going.
All right. So I see 2 hands already. Councilmember Mendoza.
Keep going.
I think this is fantastic. I'm super excited about everything all the previous councils have done. I mean, I think it's phenomenal. I do have one question, and it came up last time, and it's come up from our citizens when they call in. One of the most important things to them, and that they say we've done right, is parks. And it's a little concerning to me that on the west side, where we have all of that housing, we have that strip, but, we mentioned before, we have strips of land like that don't get used. So what our residents really want are ball fields, so soccer fields, football fields, just that kind of stuff. And the east side is too far. Like, if you have little kids, you're not going to go all the way from that west side to that east side. I think the park on the east is fantastic. I love the wine barn concept. I think it's great. But how flexible is this to do away with the strip that we know doesn't get used in Brentwood and do something else with it?
It's very flexible in that regard. One of the elements that needs to be that we should have made more clear is that the specific plan, nor does the master plan override your general plan policy of having 5 acres of parks per 1,000 population. So there's the residential blocks that are included in this area need to provide more park land than is shown. So there is more. And so there's absolutely flexibility working with the parks planners and master plan and the community to add the parks that the people who are living in this area need.
Okay, thank you so much, and it's fantastic.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Rary?
Yes, can you pull up the map that's got the different colors of what is going where?
I know which one you're talking about. This one?
So what is the pink?
So ECLI is the
one that's in light industrial.
That's right. So in your specific plan, it's one color. But what's if you read into the details of it, they break it down into 3 categories. The 3 categories, not that we're mandating that this is where those categories go physically, but this was a recommendation that I thought might work well. So the kind of purpley lavender color here where my cursor is, that's your Class A office. And so we're envisioning, the kind of most intensive, from a square footage point of view, highest employee population is really central to where your public spaces are. And so that's also the case down here close to the streets of Brentwood. The Class B, or not Class B, but Business Park, which is this pinkish color, has a lower density of people. It's about a 600 square foot per job estimate. So it's not as close to the primary kind of park features, but it's also, it's still very much part of the McCollum Loop, and it's central to these other places. So it's still very close. The light industrial, which has the smallest square footage, we thought we'd create a district. And when you think about how the maker movement and where people are now working with their own 3D printers, manufacturing and startups are happening, thanks to technology, we thought we could have a kind of district, a maker district down here that's more of the light industrial land use. Does this have to be this exact way? It doesn't. But that's a concept that we had.
Okay. Now, you've added in regional commercial north of the McCollum Trail on the west side. So why have you added regional commercial in there?
That's a great question. It's interesting as I dug into the Transit Village zoning, they actually had 300,000 square feet of retail, which is quite substantial. They also had 300,000 square feet of office, and then they had 600,000 square feet of residential. And my brain really struggled to see how you could physically put that density of buildings in that small area of land. And it would require very tall buildings and vertical mixed use. And so what we did, and what I think is probably more appropriate for the economics of development in Brentwood, is we're showing horizontal mixed use. And so we're allowing the Transit Village designation, which is shown in the brown color there, to be higher density residential. It's still a minimum of 25 units per acre, a max of 45. But it can be just residential. And it's a block walk within the retail. So it's still serving a lot of that 5-minute walk feature. The power lines have the most significant presence on this particular parcel. They're huge. And so because that tower lands right in the parcel, and because there's basically a 75-foot dead zone in there that can't be built under, it seemed that the retail product could live in that area. And there's indication in Brentwood with the growth that you have. There's certain smaller types of retail, such as, boutiques and restaurants. They're really struggling, and growth in those sectors is limited. But in COVID, we've actually seen a pretty healthy demand for some of the larger format tenants. So keeping that door open in the site that's impacted by the power lines could, seem like a good use of that land. So that's where that logic came from.
Well, I would also amplify that economic development staff does think that adding another anchor to the Kohl's Home Depot Center would create a better synergy, and there's room for more activity to serve the retail demands of the existing residents of Brentwood, Oakley, and Antioch.
So the Transit Village now is just apartments. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not. It's apartments that are walkable to offices and retail offerings. Vertical, and actually the Transit Village still 100% allows retail to happen on that first floor. There's nothing, we're not going to preclude that from happening. But even in places like Oakland and Walnut Creek, unless you're at the absolute, heart of the city, vertical mixed use is very difficult to finance. It's difficult to have done well and successful. And what has happened in places like Oakland, where they actually mandated retail on the ground floor of the buildings, is you have vacant storefronts that have never been leased over 15 to 20 years. And so we don't want the impression of a dead zone or unleasable, small shops. And I think if you look at a lot of, older American cities, they have residential, beautiful urban residential neighborhoods. And then you want to say something.
Yeah, like you brought up Walnut Creek, and in Walnut Creek, they just did mixed use with the retail down below and the apartments up on top. And when I drove by, they were all full down below. And those are all new development that's there. Those are all the new, I don't know if they're affordable homes or not, but it's all new development. So why are you saying that it's not something that's feasible when Walnut Creek just did it?
Walnut Creek has much higher rents for residential units, much, much higher. It also drives much, much higher rents for retail. So the cost of construction for a vertical mixed use, where when you have two uses, and this is a little bit getting into the weeds, but when you have a retail use and a residential use, the construction between those uses is much more expensive because the fire separation, the mechanical ducts that go through the building, all of those things. And so EOS architecture, just to give you a little background, we do about, I'm the urban designer at the firm. This is what I do all day long. But our firm is 90% architecture. And so we've done vertical mixed-use buildings. We did one in Campbell. It's 4 stories of residential, over retail, over underground parking. They're a very expensive product. And Walnut Creek is in one of the few East Bay neighborhoods that has so much demand to live downtown and also to be a retailer downtown that they can pay for that more expensive form of construction. When Kaiser Marston did their analysis of Brentwood, the rents that you have for retail space don't cover the cost of the construction that goes into that building product. So it may happen down the road in the future, but at this immediate time, I think it would be difficult to see a lot of it. Now, I will say,
Ryan, I do want to. Sorry to interrupt, but I do want to make clear that nothing is precluded. So this plan, when it comes to commercial development, is intended to be very flexible. This is a vision. This isn't saying that the plan is going to be changed to stop the vertical. This is just our best guess, given the market, of what would actually work. But we're not talking about precluding ground floor commercial.
Yeah, I have a problem with that much of the regional commercial there, especially since we got the streets of Brentwood on the other end that has so many empty buildings, and they have had buildings that have been empty since they built the place, that have never had anybody in them. So to use that much area up there, and I understand the power lines, but find some other thing that we can do up there versus the regional commercial. All right, so I'll move on to the next thing, and these are to Dan. In your notes, you said the media campaign in primary East Bay market. Why just the East Bay? Do you not? And I know that you said you'll go to secondary markets, but I mean, would it be reasonable to think that we might pull things from San Francisco, especially now when people aren't commuting as much and they may be looking for satellite offices out in these areas where their employees live? And so if we're just marketing, the primary market is in the East Bay to begin with, are we losing out on possible San Francisco where the rents are, sky high?
No, that's a great question, and I apologize if I wasn't clear, because the intention would be to focus initially on the whole Bay Area market. So San Francisco, Oakland, Silicon Valley, Sacramento, all of those locales would be part of that initial focus. I apologize for that.
Okay, yeah, I was a little concerned because it did say East Bay market. So now the next question is, have you had a chance to look at what the cost per acre is in the landowners that currently have land on the market, and are those reasonable prices? We do have the signs that says waiting for Google. So
yeah, Kevin Feeney from Kaiser Marston. This question did come up before, and he looked at recent transactions, and then he looked at the price that the Stonebarger parcel has and the cost per acre, and it was very much in line with what's typical for this part of the East Bay. So the land costs, there's an extension to your point, though, that I think is really interesting. There is a financial gap right now between somebody who comes to Brentwood, say if they built office on spec, the rent that they could charge would not cover the cost of their construction. And so that's where, or it would, but over an unacceptably long period of time. And so that's why the owners, the landowners, it's more practical for them to push for a residential use because they can get a higher value for a residential use than they can in office use. And that's part of that financial equation. So that all circles back to the word incentives and finding out ways that, as the city of Brentwood puts your force and all of your effort behind this endeavor, how can you attract and help a developer who is interested in the financial gap close that gap?
And I do want to point out that we're not on our own. We're in the process of working with an enhanced infrastructure financing district where the county and the city together could be working on this. In addition, we'd be working hard for state and federal grants to help make this project to close that gap. So it's not intended to be a burden that Brentwood itself is going to have to bear.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for now. I'll yield the rest of it to everybody else in the council.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifications, but I just wanted to say it's absolutely mind-blowing to me that we can fit so much in what seems like something you blink and miss when you drive by. It's just mind-blowing that we can get that much really great stuff in there. And I also want to thank previous council for getting the ball rolling on this. I think it's going to be wonderful for future Brentwood. So the clarification, and actually one more thing, I wanted to say, like, the whole idea of the outdoor space and the lifestyle, the quality of life, the 5-minute city, I'm loving all of that. And I think it really speaks to what everybody wants out of their work-life balance and their quality of life. And I love that marketing angle and how we are going to work Brentwood into being that for people. We already know how much we love it, but this will bring other people in to love it as well. So fantastic. You mentioned catalyst sites, and we know there's a lot of different ideas for different portions of these parcels and of the plan. I'm wondering now, you can't really specifically target one area and say this is where we're building first. Is that correct? I mean, you just that's all development driven?
It is development driven. The way that when we looked at your site, we couldn't render the whole thing. It's 3.5 million square feet. So what we did with the resources that we had is we decided to create 2 essentially conversation pieces, to help further those discussions with, say you get a chance for an academic institution to come to Brentwood, where would be a good site for that? So things like that, or a biomed campus. So we picked the parcels that had a bit larger scale, and we picked the parcels, the two areas of the project that were closest to kind of landmark amenities. So the McColmy Trail and the future BART station, those are really great, unique things to help get that catalyst site, to get that first project in that will lead the others to go. So we see a lot of value in that proximity to the McColmy Trail. On the east side of the project, and I know Streets of Brentwood is not doing its best right now, like a lot of retailers are, but Fairborn is a good company, and I think with the rooftops that are going up in Antioch and Oakley and in Brentwood, that it might be a little ahead of the demand that it could enjoy as things get more built out. And so a lot of office, the folks that you'll be competing against, the landlords in Walnut Creek or Concord or other places that have office buildings near retail, you need to have that too to compete. So the Streets of Brentwood is a good amenity to tie close to, and that's why and the Majora Park, the 13-acre park zone, those are two very rich amenities that we thought, well, you could attract that catalyst tenant.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was about, you were talking about entrepreneurs on Innovation Way. Are you talking about home businesses, or are you talking about something like we've discussed with a Hive, where people can come in with their home business and all have a collaborative atmosphere in one space?
Well, I think the business park and the light industrial, the kind of maker zoning would probably fit the latter better. But what we're thinking is there's a precedent, and I probably mentioned this project a little too much. It's not the only one, but in Austin, Texas, what they did is they created live-work housing, and it has a 700 square foot retail unit on the first floor that can either be owner-operated or it can be rented out. Above that unit and behind that unit is a two-car garage and a 2,000 square foot townhome. And so what's interesting is, they're using the residential product to drive the financial pro forma to get it built. And it caters to people that want to have a home business or a small business. And when you look at YouTube or some of these companies that started in people's garages, it would be kind of neat to, take something like Innovation Drive, which on one side has a powerful Class A office, and give those people who are trying to get their business off the ground that address too. So that's the idea of sharing that space with that Catalyst project is there's some synergy. So that's the idea behind that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mayor, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Terrence, where are we at with regards to the landowners in regards to this project?
We've had extensive discussions with the landowners. We've heard them, and some of them would like to have more residential on their properties and not the office that we put forward. But our mantra the whole time we've been going forward is to make sure that this area supports jobs, and the residential supports that community, that job-based community. And so there are some property owners that wish there was more residential, but we've certainly given them a chance to look at the project, to make comments, and frankly, certain property owners have made some really great suggestions that have improved the project. But I wouldn't be fair to say that they're all in love with it. But again, staff really recommends that we stay focused on the job generation side of this project and not compromise it for residential, for sort of short-term residential issues.
Yeah, no, totally understandable. So just a question, what happens if they don't support this project?
Well, obviously if it's their property, so they're not going to sell their property if they don't want to. But I mean, if we're successful in marketing this project and incentivizing this project, someone's going to make them an offer they can't refuse. Money. So I
like that. I heard that one time in a movie. I like that one. An offer you can't refuse. Okay. I'm just wondering because I mean, a lot of wonderful work, right? And a lot of, from the city, from the consultant, and I think that, everything looks really good. I'm just hoping that we'll continue the dialogue with the farm owners because at the end of the day, right, it'd be sad that we put all this work into this project and we're not able to work or, work with them to be able to bring something as nice as this into Brentwood. So I'm just hoping those discussions are going to happen or still happening just so that, we could get this off the ground. But I think that it'd be, like I said, it'd be sad for all this work and them not supporting it and us not being able to move forward.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, that's very important, and that's our commitment. We're going to continue to involve the property owners. The website that we generated for this site is going to be up throughout the recruiting process. We'll continue to interact with the property owners.
Sounds good. Thank you.
The one thing I will add to that, Vice Mayor, is that the largest collaboration and I think most successful collaboration that's happened with the property owners has been the alignment of the streets with the parcel divisions amongst the various owners. So, and it's still a very flexible plan, but we worked very hard with every landowner to make sure that the streets were, in acceptable places. So I think that's a start, Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Rary?
Councilmember Rary?
One other question. I know that when we first saw this during one of the town halls, we were told that we were shown 3 different plans. Who decided on this one?
There were 4 different plans.
Okay.
So this plan is kind of a marriage of ideas that came out of each one. So the connection to Sand Creek Road and a finer grain of the parcel layouts came from the fine grain grid. The McCollum curve had the alignment of the roads and the parcels largely correct, so we embraced that. Each scheme, we learned from each scheme, and really that's what the 4 concepts were a tool for. We learned what the hot button issues were with the landowners as a result of those street alignments. And then we were able to work together to find the right, combination of streets and layouts. That all said, this is a flexible plan. It's meant to evolve. The really big takeaways, and it could happen in several different ways, but the big takeaway that I think is important for this, the one aspect basically to persevere is the connectivity to the existing streets. We really want to make sure that this thing feels seamless and that people are welcomed inside this project, whether they work there or not. And does the road have to parallel the McCollum Trail? Not necessarily. We did that because it creates a nice regular geometry that's easier to develop for these, but it could go different ways. But the idea of pulling people into the site adds value to the commercial properties that are closer to the freeway, and it creates a natural energy that helps the place feel more alive. So those principles can be achieved through a variety of ways, but that's how we landed where we're at.
I would also stress that those 4 visions are going to be included in our marketing material going forward to show in a rough idea what different ways this can be approached to really demonstrate that flexibility that Ryan's talking about.
All right, so we are not looking at a plan and saying, yeah, this is it. This is what we want to do. I just concerned, you know, as I said, the regional commercial up there on the north of the McCollum Trail. We live in a community where our residents are very vocal, and rezoning, general plan amendments are taboo in this city. And we turn around and we label this thing regional commercial. Well, then it gets changed over to something else, or if it's employment center, light industrial, the Class A, or whatever it's going to be. Maybe it's light industrial in that area. Our residents don't like anything that is rezone or general plan amendment. And so that's why I've got some concerns with that regional commercial up there. Everything else, you know, looks good. Just that one area over there is my one concern. I also, in looking at the plans, when you you showed the buildings along the Highway 4, one of the things you said was people like it where they can have their buildings front the highway. But what's really fronting the highway are parking lots when you look at this. And while I didn't care for the layout of the one where it had the buildings next to the highway, I'm sorry, I did like that. I know in San Jose, in Fremont and so forth, when I worked for a computer manufacturer, our building was along Highway 880. And so you did see the building right there. And it does make a difference versus seeing a large parking lot and then the building.
Yeah, you know, there's flexibility in how these blocks are built out. If they prefer their parking on one side or the other, that's something that the planning department and the process, the minds of your city can sort out and work. I wouldn't want that to get in the way of someone bringing 500 jobs to Brentwood.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And, either.
Yeah, and so I'm on board with what you're describing. I think there's flexibility in the plan. At the end of the day, we wanted to choose a plan that, had some ideas in it that are reflective of what the competition is doing, which is more kind of placemaking where the streets, the pedestrian streets where you have the people, the parking, the street parking, the bike lane, that whole kind of street environment, that becomes the address for the front door of the office. So that environment is what we were creating along the Pruitt Drive extension. Now, it can be done a lot of different ways. One of the interesting things that impacts the design, though, is this giant power line. So some of the parcels really do want to front onto this Pruitt Drive extension because you can't physically build underneath the power lines, or you don't want to build too close to them. The other interesting discussion that came up in our town halls is that some people don't like the freeway noise that comes with being that close to the freeway. So, but of course, we're not going to say no if somebody needs to set up their, if Tesla wants to put their offices here or do something, we're going to let them have that dialogue with the community planners that you have and the staff to sort out what the right solution is.
I do want to address the regional commercial one more time. Sorry to keep arguing, but it is important. Jobs are important to this community, but so is revenue. So if we think there's a major retailer that can land in this location and produce major revenue for the city, we want to be able to capture that. So, and this is really a prime location to do that. Now, as indicated, it's flexible in the commercial side of things, right? Commercial is flexible. If some other type of commercial is more appropriate, that's something that can come forward. But economic development staff does think we want this site to be something we can market for a major sales tax generator.
You mean like Bass Pro Shops?
Yes, like that.
Which brings back to the point for Dan is that we do have kayaking that's over in Oakley at Big Break. We back up to God knows how many East Bay Regional Park districts, that we have quick access to all of those. So those things, and then also for those who like to go out boating, if it's not kayaking, then to jump into your boat and go out there and water ski over the weekend, or just go out inner tubing with the family. So those are the types of things that I really think that we need to really talk about, because health is important to employers, and Bishop Ranch marketed the Iron Horse Trail for that specific reason.
Yep. No, I agree completely, and I think it kind of goes to the point of when you're doing an office development, you're selling to the employees as much as you are to the C-suite, and what's the lifestyle that your employees are going to be able to have, and whether it be kayaking or, skiing,
horseback riding.
Yeah, all of those things. And I think that's a huge, what the marketing outreach needs to do is not only tell the story of the project, but tell the story of Brentwood in the area and the advantages that brings. So I agree with you completely.
We see horses downtown. So, I mean, I remember when I first moved here, we saw a horse go through the Taco Bell, through the drive-through at the Taco Bell. But we still see horses in our downtown area, so they are around.
Right. Can you arrange that? Because I think if we could get that photo and have a little playful section in our marketing package, that would be something distinct. They would remember that.
Well, I've got a few friends with horses. Maybe we can.
Please.
Sounds like just the thing when a major tenant is having lunch at Zephyr's, maybe we park our horse out in front. That's perfect. Let's talk.
Okay.
Well, thank all of you. If there's no more questions, clarifying questions of staff, at this time, then we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to Margaret.
I just need to share my screen. It'll take me a second. I received 0 written comments on this item prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 3 hands raised. I'll start with Carolina Villaseca, followed by Benjamin Kellogg. Carolina, go ahead.
So I've been living in Brentwood for 8 years now, and we have a problem in Brentwood, which is that we haven't really made a concerted effort to get companies to move here before this. And the plan looks fantastic, but what is the city going to do to make this happen? Because we can have a plan, it can be flexible, a living plan. Yes, we can throw money at it, but at the end of the day, if the city isn't pounding the pavement, shaking the trees, getting the companies to come out here, this plan is just paper. My big concern already is that the retailers that we have out here have such atrocious assortment of inventory in the stores that you have to go to a Walnut Creek or a Concord to shop if you want more than 2 choices in anything. I don't see other retailers like beating down the door to come here, and those aren't the jobs that we want anyways. We need to somehow get other types of businesses to come this way that would have salaried positions, full-time positions, positions with benefits. It's the only way that we're going to get better assortment retail inventory in the stores that we already have. I'm not sure why we're not trying to fix the streets of Brentwood. It's already built. It's half empty. I know the pandemic hit the streets really hard, but it was very empty before the pandemic, and I don't know what's going on there, but I would really like to see if we can fix what we already have before we start throwing money after something else that may or may not come to pass. I'm hoping that at some point we get an update from the city staff or someone kind of detailing, like, who are we targeting? Where are we targeting? What companies have we talked to? What are the outcomes? What have we learned? What's next on the list? Like, something that goes along with this plan to help grow Brentwood in an employment section, seeing as how we already have plenty of car washes and we have plenty of housing. Now we need jobs. Thank you.
The next speaker is Benjamin Kellogg. Mr. Kellogg, go ahead.
Good evening again. I love this plan on paper. It looks amazing. I would love to see today that we have thousands of really good paying jobs. Only concerns is whether or not the city has spoken to the county regarding traffic and roads and infrastructure improvements on Highway 4, fire protection, where we're putting all these people down in Brentwood and we still have a fire deficit. Fire impact fees, how much fire impact fees are estimated to come out of this? Hopefully it's a lot. Good paying jobs with benefits. I have been in IT for 20 years, and when I first started in IT, it was a drastic different landscape. Many of you do not know, you think IT is such a glamorous, it's always there type of job. There are many companies who will outsource your jobs, will turn you into a contractor through staffing agencies. The staffing agency will get 40% of what your salary is in kickbacks, and they will go after the lowest bidder on who will take that job. And in many jobs, I get cold called dozens of times every day saying, hey, would you like to come work for this company? Sure, it sounds great. What's the pay rate? Oh, it's like $18 an hour. Oh, I could go work at In-N-Out for that, when it should be $35, $40 an hour, but the staffing agency is taking all of that. Would love to see something tied with the companies that are coming in here saying, you can get some type of tax break from the city if you hire local. It's great to say that there's all these high-paying jobs and the people are great in town who will take these jobs, but it's probably not going to happen. You're going to have a whole bunch of transplants from San Francisco and Silicon Valley that are just going to move up here or move close, being the Tri-Valley, and they're going to take the job. And then you're going to have reverse traffic from Vasco, and there's not going to be any traffic improvements. So the devil's in the details, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what the details are. So I'm cautiously optimistic that this is all going to pan out and somehow this is not all going to fail. I'd rather see good paying non-retail jobs because the retail doesn't seem to work in this town. I'm told over and over again, people who live in Brentwood, citizens, are cheap. They don't buy in Brentwood. That's why retail fails. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rod Floor. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, so I'm looking at this, and the pictures are pretty, as they always are. I do know that whatever stands on that site in 20 years won't probably look much like the pictures at all, but it'll probably be nice if we're successful. And I get the concept of being flexible and putting out ideas for people to grab onto. Look, what my concern is this thing, you know, there's no guarantee it's going to succeed, but it is an opportunity for us, and I think that we should go forward with it. But what I want to ask the council to do is don't approve this unless you're willing to go all in. We need, if we're going to do something like this, it's huge. It's going to take a lot of effort, and it's got to take a lot of focus. We've got to stop selling our town to all the residential developers that come in here. We've got to stop letting them change their plans around. We've got to stop filling in where we shouldn't be filling in. We need to preserve our land bank. We need to have places, once this thing gets up and going, there's going to be a need for other development, and we need to still have something left at that point in time. So we need to be cautious. We need to be focused. We need to understand what it is that we're trying to accomplish. We need to not look too much at where this particular building is going to be, or that particular building, or where this park or that park, and we need to talk to our landowners and get them to commit themselves to their city before their own selves. I mean, I know that's hard, but frankly, all these landowners have been to the trough. They've drunk deep, and they all have filled their pockets, and now it's their time to step up and put the city first. And to the city council, I say, especially to the mayor and vice mayor, push your developer friends away, your residential developer friends away. Stop taking their money. Give them their money back. Stop listening to them. Put your city first. Put down your petty ambitions, and you can become great. You can really make this happen, but you have to commit to it. You have to be behind it 100%. If you're going to, keep watering it down to make your friends happy, it's going to be a disaster. So please commit yourselves to this. Make it work. Keep the vision. Keep the flexibility. Do what you need to do to make it happen. Don't give in. Don't be weak. Otherwise, it's going to be a huge expense and a huge failure. Thank you.
The next speaker is Malrina. Malrina, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My family and I again ask that the 35 acres we own, bordered by Shady Willow to the east and Empire to the north, be kept as medium residential high density between 10 to 20 units an acre. This property is not really visible from the bypass. The drawings are a misconception that it's closer than it is. And it is set between two other residential areas on two sides, and then the creek on the south side, a beautiful section of the creek, and a gorgeous view of Mount Diablo that we grew up with and we would like to see other families enjoy. And that residential development would greatly boost streets of Brentwood with people walking across and being able to go there. The major property owners in the area would like to have a meeting with all of us and all the landowners and the city so that we could talk in specifics rather than generalities about exactly what the city anticipates will be the landowners' participation and exactly what the city plans to do. It would be very helpful for us to all sit down and discuss what happens if a building needs to go over two different owners' properties. It's very difficult with 3 minutes and a one-way discussion at a council meeting to be able to accomplish much. And in the event that these properties are rezoned in the manner proposed and you hit the ground running marketing, what is the plan? how long do you market and push for this? And if it doesn't happen in, say, 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, at what point do you then let the property owners do something else with their property? It's very difficult to maintain the land, letting it go fallow. It's very difficult to keep the homeless off. And if it doesn't happen in a certain time frame, then it's not benefiting the city. So I would be very curious to know what the long-range plan will be for that. Thank you.
There's no additional hands raised.
Seeing that there are no more hands raised, we will close public comment. Before I open back to council discussion, if I could have staff, there were two very good points, and they intersected in a couple places. First of all, Ms. Villaseca asked something that I really think is essential for staff to let council and the community know, and that is this: what exactly are we doing as a city? Who are we approaching? And I understand that you may not be able to give names for competitive reasons and things like that, but what type of businesses? What's the game plan so that this isn't just another plan on a piece of paper? And also what Melrina just asked, do we have plans? And if not, when can we sit down with the property owners? Because those are some very valid questions that were just asked. And if staff could respond to those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are working with the property owners to attract tenants to the area. The COVID has been a major pall, but we are starting to get some headway with retailers. We're trying to find retailers that fit Brentwood, that are upscale restaurants, but also there's also interest in Chick-fil-A, by the way, but we're looking for a mix of tenants to add to the streets. We're working closely with the streets in that regard. The streets are about 77% leased. It's not great, and some of those leases, the stores are closed thanks to COVID, or they were leased just as COVID started. But it is about 77% leased. There is one major retail problem, which is the former REI site. So we're working with them to solve those problems. The reason it's a problem is the parking is not near the entrance to the store. That's very hard for most retailers to wrap their heads around. I'm sorry for the long answer, but we're working hard in a range of areas to bring more shopping opportunities, more dining opportunities to Brentwood. So we're working on that in very hard. And again, we're starting to see some progress. I can't give any names. When it comes to the meetings with the property owners and coordination with property owners, it's absolutely something we can do. We should be making this we should be actually making a regular meeting with them to talk about our progress with the marketing. And Ms. Majora makes a really good idea, and I'm going to suggest to your new community development director that economic development staff and planning staff make this a monthly, or at least twice, at least every 2 months sort of meeting where we can bring them up to date on what we're trying to do, because they are a critical factor. So I think it's a good idea.
One of the components that is also something that was asked: what kind of businesses are we going after? The high end, high skills jobs and things like that. What are we doing? What's our game plan for that?
Yes, the bulk of the jobs are intended to be higher end technology jobs, finance jobs, office jobs. There's not very many jobs in the logistics area that generates little revenue and little jobs and a lot of traffic. So that's really the major pivot between the PA1 specific plan and what we're proposing. We're really aiming at higher end jobs, living wage jobs, people who, when they work at that job, can afford a home in Brentwood.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any further conversation that council would like to have regarding this? Okay, if not, could I get a motion?
I'll make a motion as detailed in the staff report, adopt the resolution approving the concept design for the Innovation Center Master Plan, directing staff to proceed with the next phases of the Master Plan project.
I second that.
And a second. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, I want to thank Ryan and Dan and staff. Also, thank you, Terrence, for this presentation. And it does look great, but we've got a lot of work to do, and I know that all of us want to see it done. And as far as being all in, I know that at least two on the council that were here in the process of designing the PA1 in this, we've been all in for a long time. And so we have got to see this happen. We've worked hard to get to this point, and we have to have this happen. So thank you. We'll move on now to item F1. If you have a new agenda item request, please raise your hands and I'll call on you in order. And if you don't have any new agenda item requests, then we will move on to item F2, and that is to allow Vice Mayor Rodriguez to explain his request.
Mayor, my hand is raised for new agenda items.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Yes.
That's okay. There was, I had a few things that were based on conversations that were happening tonight in public comments. But the first thing was, we have our budget workshop coming up, and I wanted to request that we include information about the climate action plan in that budget review. It's in our general plan, but we haven't actually created our plan, our climate action plan from that yet. So I'd like to request consideration of implementation through the budget review and potentially strategic plan initiatives. I want to see how that looks. It's one of the 5 cities in Contra Costa that's got it, but we haven't actually made the plan yet. So that's one. The light timing study, that one of the callers mentioned on Brentwood Boulevard and Balfour and Lone Tree, is that something that we could potentially ask for Public Works to take a look at? And then the last thing is, based on the fire in Deer Ridge, and we know that the sprinklers are not working, we know that there's a lot of weed overgrowth, I would like an update on where that is, basically how things are moving in that process, and can we take a look at the abatement of the weeds? That it's kind of like people are saying, it's a tinderbox, and it's a little scary now looking at that much open space with that much dead landscaping, that all it could take is a spark and it would be going up. So I want to get an idea about how that's going to be handled, the mess that's there now, and how it's looking in this whole process of development for that. Hopefully that's clear enough. Staff, is that clear enough?
Okay. Well, thank you, Councilperson Meyer. I apologize for that. You had moved off my screen. I didn't realize it. Now we'll go to item F2. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, at the last meeting I had talked about the lighting and landscaping district, and I was talking about the American Rescue Funds that are going to be coming to $12 million. And I would mention that I would like to look at possibly being able to use some of these funds, but also just so that we all know that I understand we don't know exactly what those funds could be used for. And I also know that we're working on a Brentwood Boulevard specific plan that's going to be coming up as well. So I do know that those are the two integrations. What I want to do is put this somewhat like a placeholder, right, as something that we could discuss in the future with the possibilities of using those funds, but also when we get to look at the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan is to look at the lighting and landscaping district within the Brentwood Boulevard and supporting it with the engineering report. I know that I did talk to Tim a little bit. We currently have over about 100 properties that are touching Brentwood Boulevard that do not have LLD currently within those areas. So I'm hoping that, one, we could spend some time in the future. Like I said, I totally understand that we don't know what the American Rescue Fund is going to guidelines are, and we also need to still look at the Brentwood Boulevard specific plans. But I do want to put this as a placeholder for our staff, but also as a council, that in the near future we could have this discussion around the lighting and landscaping engineering report possibly being done for Brentwood Boulevard. The area that I'm looking at, and it's pretty large. Like I said, it's one of the oldest areas in Brentwood. It'd be from Longtree Way to Sycamore. Like I said, it's pretty large. But one of the things is that as a city, right, we've created these standards when it comes to lighting and landscaping. I think that we have to be transparent with those standards. I think it's important that if we're going to want things in one area, we should try to also improve other areas. And especially those areas, those areas that have, that need our help. Those areas that have not new development or new monies coming in, well, we could support them and hopefully put together this engineering report when it comes to lighting and landscaping. So, like I said, I know that the funds are not currently, we're not sure exactly where we're at with some of those, but I do want to put this as a placeholder with our staff and also with ourselves that this is a discussion I'm hoping that we could have in the near future.
Okay. So at this time, then, we will open public comments on this item. Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do see one person with their hand raised, and I will go ahead and share my screen so I can get the speaker timer up. I have Carolina Villaseca. I'll go ahead and unmute her now. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. A quick question about this. Have we actually talked to the business owners on Brentwood Boulevard and the homeowners, the residents of Brentwood Boulevard and Sycamore to find out what it is that they want? Is this something that they requested? It might be interesting to survey those people and find out how, if there was monies to be spent, what improvements they would like. I think that it might be different than what we are discussing right now. It would actually be worth money to make improvements that residents and business owners in that area really need versus what we think they need. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no additional. Oh, yes, I do. Mr. Flora, I'll go ahead and unmute you now.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I just wanted to say quickly, I applaud Councilmember Rodriguez for wanting to make that area better, and I think that's a great idea. I'm not sure if an LLAD is necessarily the right vehicle. An LLAD is an assessment on the property owners in the area that they would pay on an ongoing basis, and I think if we're talking about spending some money coming in, then that's not an assessment, that's spending money. Also, if we have $12 million coming in, which is the number I think I heard, I certainly hope that the city would be looking at maybe building a fire station or two. We need them desperately, and Deer Ridge at least is lucky enough to be near a fire station, and I think everybody in Brentwood should be within a mile or two of a fire station, and I think we could do that. So, I think it's a good idea, but I'm just not sure if LLAD is the right vehicle or if we just want to, spend some money to make the area better. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, so at this time we'll close public comments. Move into, Councilperson Murray.
I think maybe doing a survey of the businesses and the homeowners, because as you know, for the LLADs, those are annual assessments. So are they going to, knowing what improvements that they want to see, and going from Lone Tree to Sycamore on Brentwood Boulevard, that's a very long distance. The area that's over in Deer Ridge is an acre total for all of the improvements that are happening out there, and that's $30 a year. So are the homeowners and the businesses willing to do something that would probably cost them even more for the length of from Lone Tree down to Sycamore? So that's a question of the survey, what is it that you want to see, and would you be willing to pay $50 to $75, $100 a year, whatever it is, to determine if they're willing to do that. Just like we did with Deer Ridge. We did the survey on them to find out what they would pay, and then we moved forward at that point. So I think that might be the way to go with that. Also, I think it's 6.9 million, not 12 million. The new numbers came out, and according to them, it's to support public health expenditures, address negative economic impacts caused by the public health emergency, replace lost public sector revenue, provide premium pay for essential workers, and invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So it would not be for roadways. It wouldn't be for landscaping, those types of things. Unless staff finds something that goes above and beyond this. But that was the use of funds that was released by the U.S. Department of Treasury. So we wouldn't be able to use those funds for it, but again, if like they are in Deer Ridge, if they want to pay for it up front, that's something we could work through. That side of town has been neglected. Brentwood Boulevard specific plan originally was supposed to have been done until the Civic Center was built. And the funding from the Civic Center was supposed to, the redevelopment agency funding was supposed to go towards Brentwood Boulevard. And they got bypassed for the Civic Center. So anyway, I think they have been neglected for some time, though.
Thank you. Councilperson Mendoza.
Yeah, I was going to say what Councilmember Murray said. Yeah, it's $6.9 million, and they're very specific on how we can use those funds. But I do agree that we should probably do a survey of what they want, because we're assuming that they want this on their property taxes every year. They might not want this on their property taxes every year. And I think that's one of the reasons we decided to go forward with Deer Ridge, is because we had so many people come in and say, yeah, we're willing to take on that liability. And it's actually, I think it's $90 for the first 10 years, and then it goes down to 30 years after that, because the engineering is $100,000, but then there's all of the installation of everything. So they're paying for the installation of everything, and that's over 10 years, 90, and then it'll get bumped down if something like that. So I think, I think it's a great idea, and I think we should survey them first and figure out if they want to take on the liability. Because if they don't want to take on the liability, then it's dead in the water if they don't want to pay for it on their property taxes every single year.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, your request was to put this conversation in as a placeholder at some point in the future. Would these requests for that you've heard, would that fall into that category of that conversation also?
Yeah, I think that, to be honest with you, Mayor, we're already on the right track. We're having the conversation. So I think that just hearing council members speak about it, I'd like to learn more about the 6.9, but obviously that could be on another day. I'm not sure exactly when that came out because, like I said, my understanding was more than that. But my thing is that, the city should, step up as well at some point and maybe support it with the beginning stages of the engineering report so that we could go out in the community then also ask what they want. So I think that Carolina and one of the, I hate to say her name, but one of our community speakers said, I totally agree with that. I think we need to hear from the community, but obviously I wanted to bring it up so we could create the conversation that we're currently having, and hopefully we could move forward in supporting that community. One of the things that's difficult, Mayor, is that it's an old community, so there's a lot of real new development coming into that community, which a lot of other communities in Brentwood have benefited from with different incentives when those homes were built. So some of these areas, obviously, it's not being built because it was there before Brentwood has become what it is. So I'm just hoping in some kind of a way, with our discussions in the near future, that we could start figuring out how we could support it a little bit more to bring it to the level that it needs to be so that the quality of life is equal to everyone within the city of Brentwood. When it comes to lighting and landscaping, when it comes to environment, we want people to walk around and be comfortable everywhere within Brentwood.
So I'm going to ask staff, unless Councilperson Rary has something further to say. You're muted, Councilperson Rary.
I just think that we need to find out if they're willing to pay for it. I know staff had went through, without the engineering report, staff had went through and kind of estimated what it would cost for us to do it so that we could do the survey and not spend $100,000 on a engineering report and then do a survey. So I think that, we should probably find out from staff what they think that it would be, and also there are areas like there is the dirt lot across the street from where Central Mart used to be, where the Taco Bell and therefore, so there's a dirt lot down there. There's a down farther so that when that builds out, they will be adding to that area there. Then there's the area that's much farther down by Homecoming on the right-hand side. There's a huge dirt area. That will be improved with development. We've got the old cement factory. That once that gets turned over, the rebuilding in that area will improve Brentwood Boulevard in those areas. And I mean, they're bits and pieces, but some of that will be paid for in the future by development. So we need to keep that in mind too, and figuring this out. But I think the first step would be to get staff to kind of do a guesstimate of what it would cost to do landscaping, and I mean, we may be looking at sidewalks in some areas, and then doing a survey of those businesses and residents that are in those non-LLADs. And it's not just Brentwood Boulevard. I mean, if you go down Fairview, those aren't in a lighting and landscape assessment district either, and the Valley Green area. So there's more than just that side of town. It's there, and I know that a cement fence broke down on Fairview, and the city doesn't maintain those fences, the cement walls. And so the homeowner needed to replace it with a wood one, where the rest of her neighbors all have a cement one now. So different areas of our town developed differently as the city progressed, and we did a good job in building the city out. But we could look back and see what they're willing to pay.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I have some concerns, and obviously, part of it's going to be me being out there and doing some outreach and things like that. But surveys are really effective in certain communities, right? And then in other communities, a lot of times they don't participate in the surveys. So I just think that, if we move forward on this and we looking at surveys or other things, I really like to have that discussion what that really looks like, because like I said, I mean, surveys are very effective depending on where you're at and how you're involved in those kind of things. But I know that I'm going to go out and do outreach, of course, to help the community participate. But at the same time, I don't want to use the surveys as our only indicator, if that makes any sense. I don't know if I made sense in that, but yeah.
Do they have to vote on it also?
It had to be, we had to do a survey for Deer Ridge, and it was okay just to use that as a poll, but now you're saying that we don't need to do it for other areas of town?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I think you are, I just, wow. Talk about, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not saying, I don't know why you're taking it that way, Councilmember Rary, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't say that we don't do a survey. I'd like to look at other ways of being able to communicate with that community. If you've noticed, this community hasn't been involved in most of the surveys that have been done currently, right? So I'm not saying not to do the surveys, but I also think that we should do more than just that. We need to go out and engage this community. So I'm not saying not to do a survey. What I'm saying is I think we could use other methods as well. So, sorry that you took it that way.
Well, before we...
I just have a question. They would still have to vote, right? So they still have to vote to add it to their property tax. So I think that needs to be very clear to them too, Vice Mayor, because I think the best thing for you to do would be to walk your area, right? It's probably walking it would be the best thing, and being very clear, like, okay, this is how much it'll be, the estimate onto your property taxes every year, and you're going to get a survey. I need you to fill that out, and you're going to have to vote, right? So the property owner has to vote and agree to it. So I think that just being very clear when you communicate to them is going to be key. But we've been using surveys, and people have got to do it. Like, you've got to want to participate. And if they don't, again, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So, And
I totally respect what you're saying, Councilmember Mendoza, and you're right. It's going to take, I'll be honest with you, a lot of work on my end and by people that I know to help motivate the community. But traditionally, a lot of those communities are not traditionally involved in those kind of things in a sense of surveys and participation. And I'm not saying they shouldn't be, because it drives me crazy that they're not. But I also know that a lot of this will be on my shoulders to go out into those communities, when in other communities it's a little bit easier, just because those communities are a little bit more involved and engaged and a little bit more aware, right? So I'm not saying that we don't do a survey. I just know that a lot of the work is going to be done by people like myself. But I also hope that but like you said, they're going to have to vote on it, so they should know what they're voting on. So I totally agree with what you're saying. As long as we can be creative.
Yeah, and I'm going to say something that people might not agree with me, because this is what happened in my old neighborhood. The minute you start improving stuff, gentrification happens, and we're seeing a big problem with it in East Oakland. So just be careful what you ask for, because sometimes our people get pushed out when other people start seeing improvements. And not that I don't want it to get improved. I do. But we've got to be careful, because we don't want to gentrify and make people not feel like it's their home anymore. So
I think that as long as we try to you know, when somebody drives home or you're going through Brentwood, that you don't see an obvious difference, right? Oh, this must be that side of town in comparison to that. We try to make it as transparent as possible, right? And it's not going to be in certain areas, of course, because certain areas are just older than others. But as long as we make an effort to try to also include them in regards to the quality of life that we all should have in Brentwood, right? But I totally understand what you're saying, Councilmember. Yeah. I totally understand.
Be careful. Yeah.
Terrence, if you could, you're also muted.
I wanted to interject something. Just the item on the agenda is to consider directing staff to incorporate LLDs, and we certainly can do that. If the council directs that, we can certainly do that as a part of the specific plan process, and that accomplishes some of the issues that addresses some of the issues the council members have raised, because you need to identify what the program is and what it's going to cost as a first step to doing that. But we can certainly include, if council directs, I don't want to assume that, but if council directs, we can certainly include that as part of the specific plan effort.
And Terrence, when you said a specific plan effort, is that the specific plan for Brentwood Boulevard?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm okay with that.
Isn't Brentwood Boulevard and all the improvements in that already included in the current Brentwood Boulevard specific plan?
No, the update's going to include a community outreach process and looking again at the infrastructure on the road and costing it out, and it's a comprehensive plan for what to do for Brentwood Boulevard.
I understand that, but aren't improvements already included in the current Brentwood Boulevard specific plan? I mean, I remember one Brentwood Boulevard specific plan where they actually, where the Scortino homes are, those were all supposed to be office buildings there to go along with the incubator, which then became the LMC campus. And so they had this beautiful boulevard that they had created in their conceptual drawings. And so that I think it currently is part of that. Whether or not there's a lighting and landscape district assessment in there, I don't know, but that might be something for us to look at to see if it's already there.
Absolutely.
Okay, so regarding this request, do we have a motion to move it forward, to include this in the research? If we could have the vice mayor or staff kind of encapsulate the request so that we know what we're voting on, that would be helpful.
And Tim or Terrence, could you help me? Sure. If you guys could help me with the language, but my request is... Oh, go ahead, Tim. Go ahead, Terrence.
Oh, I think the idea is to incorporate a discussion of the potential landscape lighting district into the specific plan effort, and including funding, potentially funding the engineer's report when that becomes necessary.
I agree with that. You said that very well, Terrence. Do I have to repeat that? Can you guys
so
hear
we're
me?
going to spend $100,000 or more for an engineer's report before we know whether or not we have people who are going to want to pay for it? That just is not...
I'm sorry, that wasn't my intent. We would, if that were to be the case, we would bring it back to the council for additional funding for the engineer's report. The engineer's report is something would be considered, but if there's additional scope needed, it would have to come back to the council.
Now, through that process, though, Terrence, does that mean we've already done the outreach and the engagement and the survey and all that before we even move forward to investing any type of money?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to clarify, too, that the survey I think that we're talking about is to get some feedback from that community What kind of improvements aesthetically are they looking for generally? That's the survey. A different survey is later where we say, this is what it would cost to do those kinds of improvements, divided by how many people will be benefiting from it and be part of potentially a lighting and landscaping district. And then we can survey that based on, if we have 100 people, this could be $1,000 a year instead of 100. So we don't know what those numbers are just yet. That specific plan process is going to engage those stakeholders, get more feedback, create some pretty drawings to show what this could look like. And then based on that, we can move forward and we'd come back to the council when you look at the specific plan and say, yes, this is the vision. Yes, let's go find out. We've heard from some stakeholders. Let's hear from the rest and see if there's interest in moving this forward. I think that's going to be your best packaged process to get you what you're really looking for.
And the spending of the $100,000, Tim, that would come until after.
No
okay, no more. 99,109. No, but that would come after we've done that process, right, Tim?
And I just want to make sure it's clear. Not all engineers' reports cost $100,000. The one at Deer Ridge did because of the nature of it. This is a much larger area. It could be much more expensive than that. We don't know yet. We don't have enough information.
Okay. Well, I love that we're having this discussion, and hopefully we could just explore the possibilities, right? I mean, yeah.
The motion is to have staff incorporate that by looking at it, because the council says, yes, spend some staff time and resources on this. We would work it into the specific plan and come back to you with more information through that process, which, Terrence, what's the approximate schedule for that process?
Well, the hope is to have the plan done in September or October. So there'll be some things coming late summer.
That's perfect timing, if that works for the council.
Okay. And the specific plan is the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, right?
Correct.
That's correct. So
I'd like to make a motion that we use some of staff's time to be able to explore the possibility of the LLD within the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. Did I say that okay?
First. Okay. Well, I will second
I'll
that.
second.
Okay. So Councilperson Mendoza seconds.
And it's no money right now, just staff time, right? Okay.
So we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
We will move on to adjournment. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
First and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a great
Goodbye.